You all right, people? How we doing? Good afternoon. Happy Tuesday, whatever way you want to look at it. Let's just get straight to the point here. I've got a couple of guests. Going to say hello to people quickly. And yes, what a total, complete and utter mess that was. 3-0 against Nottingham Forest. I think there's a lot of issues we need to go through. People are asking serious questions now. Where do we go? What do we do? Transfer window coming up. Do we stick by him? Do we get rid of him? It's pretty much the same questions all round. We've got to halfway through the season. I wouldn't say quite halfway through the season, but we're definitely called a cup games, 20 games in, 20 games plus in and everything. And we're already asking the same questions that we was with Ange this time last season. Things just definitely ain't looking bright at the moment. So I'm going to say hello to a couple of people, bring the guests in, and we'll just get to the point for a change. Or try to anyway. There's always too many points to get to at Spurs. George, big up, mate. Hope you're good. Hit up like button for Dan on the way in. Coys, thanks a lot, mate. Appreciated. Ellie, how we doing? Big up, Dan. Smash the iPad, I say, and use your eyes. Really looking at what's going wrong. Bloody don't put Ben Davies on when we're losing 2-0. That is a point I will get to. But yes, that's all I seem to see at the minute. Frank seems to have more time on that iPad when he's trying to work things out. Should he be working things out on the iPad? Obviously, we know it's to do with everything and that. But I think it is going to take more than an iPad to sort this bloody crap out, i.e. the picture and the name, Ellie. You're 100% right. And big up to you anyway, Ellie. And also saying, correction, Ben Davies should not be anywhere near our bench. Get rid. He's always bang average. Aren't most of the players, Ellie? Aren't most of them? And E-Rice, what you saying there? Big up, mate. You're 1,000% correct, Ellie. How can you not see our passes are shit, throw-ins are poor, and struggling to win first or second balls? We are struggling in every which way, mate, 100%. And saying Sunday's game for 4 players headed up the ball to each other, only to leave a drop in front of the Forest player. Yep, totally agree. James, how we doing, fella? Good to see you on as always. Hi, Dan. I personally feel that until ENIC are gone, all attempts turn aside the club will be pissing it off in the wind. Well, this is where we're going to find out a little bit, hopefully in this window, but I don't think it's going to till summer where we're going to see whether ENIC actually mean business in doing something with this bloody club. And Albson, big up Dan, big up to you too. And LFC, am I allowed in? Of course you are, mate. Of course you are. Anyone's allowed in here. Any supporter, say as you wish. It's all welcome at the end of the day. And Danny, afternoon, Dan and chat. Afternoon to you too. Phil Coys, big up, man. How you doing? Big up, Dan. And also Ghost, how you doing, fella? Big up, Dan. And Easy Doggy. Suppose that's one way to do it. Doggy ain't always the easiest way, depending how pissed you are. But big up, Dan. Best up Spurs content. Appreciated, mate. And I'll just say hello to 2 others quickly. Danny 88. Frank should spend less time looking at the data stats and judging the performances with his eyes like the rest of us. It does seem like he spends a lot of time on that bloody iPad, doesn't it? And Bing Guy also seeing you reap what you sow. Stop moaning. What's wrong with moaning all the time? Women moan all the time when they're pissed off and when they're happy. People don't complain. And anyway, you reap what you sow. Stop overrating players like Archie Bloody Gray. I'll agree with that one. Totally agree with that one. All of them showed us freaking nothing. What do you want me to argue with that? And all things trucking UK. Big up, Dan. One of the few gives some really decent balanced opinions and looking at the bigger picture. It's appreciated, mate. I do try. And Ben, how we doing, fella? Good to see ya. Afternoon, Dan. We have to be honest with ourselves. We need 80% of the team out to build a united squad. Whether the coach is here or not to have to do that. Otherwise, will we do anything? No one will do anything. Yeah, I can see where you're going from, mate. And Boomverse always said, big up Dan, big up all, big up to you too, mate. iPad, the fans, excuses in the bin. Yep, and last one, and I'll bring on the guests. LFC, what you saying here? Frankie's a nice guy. Is that the problem? Do you always need a nice guy? I suppose that's just where a lot of us have led different lives. A lot of us have had different opinions on how you treat people, deal with situations. I can understand how come across nice can actually help a situation with a person maybe, but I'm sorry, not for me. I didn't lead that sort of life. The way it was always with me, with the things, it was like, okay, you was allowed to moan about a couple of things once or twice. You might just be nice by listening. And then if you moaned about it and did nothing about it, you then got the slap in the face off your mate telling you to grow up here and get your act together. Different times, different opinions, but maybe he is too much of a nice guy. And given that opportunity to do the best he can, I don't think he would have refused a big job like Spurs. Totally agree. And Ben just saying, Robert Baratheon, what is stronger, 5 armies or 1? Well, one thing we always know is the biggest tactic ever used in the world, whether it's by war, whether it's by governments, whether it's by religion, football, everything, divide and conquer was always the way, even down to the way the Saxons finally found the way to beat the Vikings after they come over us and destroyed us. I mean, what was it we done? Ended up giving some of them some land and some money to fight with us against the others, and then giving the others money and whatever to fight with the others. And then where they went at war with each other, we sat back and to an extent let them tear each other up, so the history says. But that's all a different thing. So I'll bring on 2 guests here. And one who's always with me, Ben and Mike. How are you 2 doing?
Big up.
Bonjour.
How you been, Mike? Long time no see.
Yeah, listen, everything fine. Just enjoying myself, enjoying the life, not enjoying Spurs. I mean, kind of sounds like last season, but we'll get on with it, right?
So you're not too impressed at the moment?
Nah, that's putting it lightly, mate.
Okay, Ben?
Yeah, mate, I'm good, thank you. How are you? I just got back from a wake last night, so I'm still a bit half cut, Chief, but we
you
move.
do look it, but water helps. We do know that one.
Yeah, I've got that on the standby,
one as well.
Yeah. Hold on, what one you got there? You got the same as me?
I don't know. Just Water, Highland water. It's the one the wife buys.
Okay.
Yeah, so Mike, I'll come to you, mate. So far, I ain't going to say so good. With me, I've gone back to my saying now of same Spurs, different day.
Listen, that's spot on. Right? Like, I was just on Sean's channel, right, talking about the Forest game, Frank, and all that stuff, right? And honestly, it's like last season, it was so painful watching us play, right, that I kind of grew numb. I'm just numb. I just watch us play, we lose, I just shrug my shoulders, move on with my life, right? And honestly, this season when it started, I got that like a bit of hype back after City, after PSG in the Super Cup. I was like, okay, you know, maybe this team will do something this season. Like maybe we won't be another embarrassment. And listen, that feeling is long gone.
Baked potato, see you later.
Baked potato, see you later. I'm back to not giving a fuck about the results, right? Like, honestly, why would I ruin my day over it, right? We got slapped by Forest. And listen, I was like a bit pissed off with how it went, right? I was pissed off with the mistake and then the lob and then the long distance screamer, right? Which seems to be the pattern with us. But it lasted like 10 minutes and I just moved on. And unfortunately, we are back at that point, right? And I've said that Frank is fighting an uphill battle. Like since minute one, since he got appointed, he's fighting an uphill battle because there were so many people that wanted Ange to stay, and they will look at everything that he does, right? So he needs to get results to win those fans over, right? Because he doesn't have the gravitas, he doesn't have the aura, right? He's not a serial winner and all that stuff, right? So he has to get results. He's not getting results. That's why fan base is on his case, right? Simple maths for me. And where I don't want him sacked, but he will get sacked if it continues, right?
Yeah, I mean, isn't it madness how, to me, it looked like he's literally stepping on borrowed time. And then all of a sudden we get 2 results. Yep, it's looking right. Okay, it's on the right way. And then all of a sudden another result and falling off a cliff again, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I wasn't too. I mean, we done Prague, goods. We done Brentford, goods. It was good the way we played with Brentford and that. But I must admit, I wasn't over keen, happy with the result as such. I was happy we won. But I'm thinking a team like Prague and Brentford, we should actually be beating. Even with the players we have got, I was more impressed with being able to just get a point out at Newcastle, even though they were terrible, but so were we. The football was absolutely shocking, but we actually got stuck in and muscled the bloody game. So I was more impressed with the Newcastle game, basically. But then we come and go to Forest, and they just, to me, I think they just totally embarrassed us in every which way. I mean, Ben, that game with Newcastle, with Forest, mate, what do you make of that? 3-0 down. I think we got totally destroyed and embarrassed in every which way. The players looked like they just did not turn up and give a shit. The manager looked totally out of his depth in it, if you ask me. And maybe some would say that's a bit harsh, but bringing on Ben Davies and Paulinho, well, I think Paulinho should have started, but bringing on Ben Davies and Paulinho when you need to score goals, to me, what are you actually doing? What was your point?
Do you know what? In all fairness, Frank after the game did come out and he did say, when a team is disjointed like ours and not organised in a game like that, he said you could have 15 attackers on the pitch and it wouldn't matter. He said at the time we had 4 attacking players on the pitch and he felt that was good enough. And he said when you are disjointed, you need stability in a game. And that was his reasoning behind bringing on the subs that he brought on. Which, to be fair, at the time, look, listen, I sat there and I thought to myself, what the fuck are you doing, Frank? But then after his explanation, I thought, yeah, I can understand it, I suppose. But as for the game itself, fucking embarrassment, mate. Like, we couldn't do the basics right. We couldn't even get the pass. Do you know what our biggest problem was in that fucking game, aside from a lack of effort? Our passing was a joke. Kudus. You know, everyone waxes lyrical about Kudus. Mate, just pass the fucking ball. The amount of times he'd beat his man and then not make that simple pass to continue play. It's a joke, mate. Like, this is a simple fucking thing that you can do to you know, improve as a player. It's not a difficult thing to do. But yeah, overall, mate, it was a shambolic game. And I do understand Mike's point. You know, it gets to a stage where you're just like, I don't care anymore. But here's the thing, right? Let's just be real for a minute, fellas. Yeah, let's just be honest. What the fuck were we expecting? Were we hoping Frank would come in and after 4 months everything would be consistent and rosy? Never gonna happen.
No, I wouldn't say consistent and rosy. The point I fight on this one, yeah, is we were that bad under Ange. We were that bad. For me, it shouldn't have really took much to actually improve it. Yeah. After what are we now? 14, 15 league games in, something like that. 14, 15, whatever. Okay, let's say we've played over 20 games, including cup and that. Yeah. I expected to see some sort of improvement. I'm not necessarily saying significant improvement, but an improvement. And I think we're actually starting to look worse under Frank than we did under Ange. I expected some sort of improvement. Now, I know you're going to get new manager, players play well for 5 games, whatever, and that it usually happens, honeymoon period, everything else and that. But after 20 plus games, I did expect us to be playing a bit better. Now, I know we've got injuries, had injuries and whatever, but for me, he's had pretty much defence, bar a game or two all season. Okay, the attack, not the greatest. And we've also got our DM that we never had and said we needed, and we're conceding more goals. You know, I think we're actually looking worse under Frank at the minute than we did under Ange, and that's a big call.
Do I agree with it? Not necessarily, but it's not much better. Let's put it that way.
If Ange hadn't won that trophy, would we be saying that?
Well, if you go by the stats at the moment, I think we're actually a point worse off than we were this time last season, scoring less, conceding more with a pragmatic defensive manager and a DM who's had his full defence most of the time. And we're not looking better in any means or manner, I don't think. I mean, for the first several games, we looked a lot more stable defensive manner, but all of a sudden it's just all gone to shit, basically. I think we look just as bad under Frank as we did under Ange, but just in a different sort of way. I mean, with Ange, you could see where the problem was. I mean, everyone sitting on the halfway line definitely done no favours, inverted wing backs, this and that. But it just, for me, I don't think we're looking no better at all.
I mean, let's be honest. Spurs have been rotten to the core for many years. And I do think a big bulk of that was Daniel Levy, and he's gone now. So, you know, that's a positive. But my point is, Frank is going to need time to fix this. And listen, all of our concerns, right, that we all point out and analyse, Frank brings these things up in his press conferences. He's aware of this. And I know you could say, well, it's his job to correct these things. It's going to take time. You know what I mean? And again, please don't, you know, get it twisted. I do understand why people are, oh, Frank out. I get that. I do. But what are you going to do? Bring in a new manager and what? Sack him after 6 months as well. What is the point? It's going to be a vicious circle. Do you know Frank's biggest problem? And I really mean this. The reason why people aren't a bit more settled with him.
One sec, Matt. If you want to jump on, you said to me on last show, did you want to jump on and say something? Send me a message on WhatsApp and I'll send you a link, mate. Sorry, Ben, go on.
All I was saying is the biggest problem with Frank for me is, and Stel said this is not my point, it's his. I just thought it was brilliant. Frank's got no credit in the bank. So I think that's maybe why people don't have that much faith in him. Maybe it's a point.
Yeah, that's why I said about like the manager's aura, right? Like he's like CV, right? Because I think if it was Conte, right? Imagine we had Conte right now and the results were like they are right now. You can at least look at Conte and say, this guy is fucking slaps in the league, right? He knows how to get it right in the league, right? Or if it was like Jose, serial winner, everywhere he goes wins, right? Even fucking Glasner, if we had Glasner right now, right? He won the Europa League, he won the DFB Pokal in Germany, right? You can look at him and say, listen, I have faith that this guy will turn it around, right? I've seen this guy do this, right? Whereas with Frank, even though I appreciate his job in Brentford and what he did in Brentford, right? Because to take Brentford from where they were 6 years ago to where they are right now, at least a big chunk of it was his job, right? to do that, it's not an easy task, right? But as you said, right now he's at Spurs, right? And it's not like he can go into a presser and say, yeah, listen, we lost, whatever, we'll fix it, right? We will do better next time. No, mate. Like, you have to have results right now at this fucking moment, right? You have to show us that you are capable of doing this job, right? Because you don't have the history behind you, right? So you have to prove yourself right now. Fuck off, Vindaloo.
I mean, Mike, I make you totally right about the sort of, should we say aura or lack of aura that
lack of aura
as such. I think a few people might be able to relate to the way I look. I'm going to try and describe this. How do I put this one? You always had that mate, you'd meet your mates down the pub, whatever, before you go to a nightclub up London or uptown or whatever else and that, or maybe even a local, whatever, get on it a bit, whatever, and make sure you have a couple of drinks first, because it was always cheaper in the bloody pub than when you get in the fucking nightclub. And you'd be waiting for a few of your mates. One of your mates would walk in, you're all out there smoking a fag, doing whatever and that, and literally everyone would turn around. You just knew he was there. He'd walk in, you knew he was there.
Yeah.
And then you'd have that other mate who walks in. You'd still be sitting there 20 minutes later, like, is he going to hurry up? Like, because we want to go. And you don't realise he's been standing next to you for 20 minutes.
Well, hold on, Dan. I love your fucking analogies,
I think
mate.
he's one of them ones, isn't it? You stand there and you say to your mate, where is this prick? He's getting on my nerves. And he's standing right next to you.
Hold on.
He's one of them ones, isn't he?
Yeah, look, I get that. But could you have said the same thing for Mikel Arteta, who's comfortably sitting on top of the Champions League table, who's comfortably sitting on top of the Premier League table? Did he have aura? Has he done anything?
Arteta is one of those ones, whether you think he's a top dickhead or not, yeah, you'd know he's there. He's loud enough to be there. He makes himself get heard. Yeah,
well, because his hair's immaculate. That's it.
No. Look at the fella. Look at the way he acts. Look at the way he is. He's a stuck-up little prick who's so confident in himself, which he's so far stuck up his own arse he can smell yesterday's dinner. And with that, you would know he's there, or if you didn't know he was there, he would make sure you knew he was there, one way or another. He's that sort of person. That's how he comes across.
Just because our manager looks like a lesbian doesn't mean he hasn't got.
No. Oh, come on. Realistically, he's not exactly the mate you want standing next to you when you're trying to chat up a woman, is it? He's the one.
Let me tell you something.
Give me a drink, mate.
Right.
Go away.
That's a perfect wingman, mate. 100%.
No,
he's a lady friend. That's not a woman. It's a bloke.
Either way, yeah, I agree with what Mike says. He doesn't produce much. Like, yeah, he's got it, sort of thing. So where is it going? What do we do with him? What's got to happen? Because I do get what people say in the aspect of where's it going to getting rid of him, everything else and all that. I'm pretty much on the fence at the moment. I don't know what to do at the minute. Roma went and sacked 3 people in a season, 3 managers in a season to get the right one because they were that bad. Other teams have gone and done it. But then again, we are Spurs and the amount of managers we have been through. But then if we leave it, what do? Do you basically hang on to the problem, hoping that it's going to fix itself? Or do you just realise that you've made a mistake very early again, and say, do you know what, bollocks, we got to sort this out now? Or do we take that risk of waiting until the end of the season, ending up finishing 12th or 14th, which I think it looks like is more than possible, which really would be worse than Ange's season, basically finished 17th, but at least he had a bloody cup. And then who can we get in there as such? I think you've got to look on this from more angles as such. I'm just trying to be open with a picture here.
Do you know what's really ironic, right? Mourinho will never come back. Conte will never come back. And given the change of stance with our board, with the club as a whole, now would be the perfect time for managers like that to come in. You've got faith in them because you know what they're about, you know what they're capable of, and you know even if results aren't great for a year or two, you know, look, this guy will get it done at some point. So I just think it's sad that we got those managers in at the wrong time, because I think, yeah, if you brought one of them in now, you'd be laughing. You'd be quite comfortable, I think. But yeah, to answer your question, mate, what do we do? I haven't got a clue. Me personally, I want to ask you boys: do you think Frank is the man going forward, or do you have zero faith left in the tank?
Well, that's what I'm basically asking you first.
All right.
What do we do? What do you think?
Genuinely, I think we keep our head down and just weather the storm. For me personally, because look, I'm sick of this fucking vicious circle we keep going in. It's around and around, higher fire. We've got to put faith in someone. Look, before Frank came to Spurs, I think you could safely say there was a lot of admirers of that man. You know, we could all appreciate how he ran his club. I certainly did anyway. But yeah, for me, like I said, get your head down, weather the fucking storm. You know, because look, if we don't, who are we going to go and get right now? Who's available that we could get that could come in and magically change our circumstances? I don't think there is a single available manager that would be able to come in and do that right now. So, really and truly, what else are we supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, I get your point. I mean, just a quick reply to someone was stuck up. You look like you're in a 13-year-old bedroom. Fine to me, mate. Fine to me. It's my man cave. It's where I can do this. It's where I can go on my PC. It's where I can play games. Looks like a 13-year-old bedroom. At least I ain't depressed and acting 40, 50, 60. Whatever turns you on in your life, mate. Fine by me. Go on, Mike.
No. Listen, go on with what you were saying, boys.
No, go on. What do you think we do with all this then? Where's it got to go with Frank? What do we do with him?
Listen, I don't want him sacked, right? I said it today. Similar to you, Ben, right? I am sick and fucking tired.
Why don't you want him sacked?
I've said it today. I will repeat it, right?
Yeah, I didn't watch all of Sean's stream, so enlighten me.
Yeah, so based on results, right? I understand why people want him sacked, and I'm not against it, right? It's just for me. I don't think you gain much now out of sacking him, right?
Okay. So let me stop you there on that point, right? Let me stop you there on that point because I want to interject, right? So I don't lose your points as you're going through them.
Yeah.
If we had that mentality, right, then we never would have found Joel. We never would have got Redknapp, right? We never would have found Poch, right? We never would have got in Jose, and we never would have got in Conte.
That's fair, but my point was that out of available managers right now, either they don't convince me more than Frank, or our players are not good enough to play.
Did you know who Martin Joel? I know you might have not supported. Sorry, I'm not attacking you, Michael. Sorry, I'm sounding very forceful. Right, but I'm a bit frustrated with all the conversations I've heard over the last few days. Right, but did you know? Did any of us know who Martin Joel was when he first took over? No. Right. Was anyone Harry Redknapp's biggest fan when he first took over the club? No. He had the reputation of being a relegation saving manager. It wasn't like he never had the reputation he had when he left Spurs. Let's put it that way. Right? Did anyone I know Pochettino done well with Southampton for a season, but I remember specifically when we were hiring him that most of the fan base was thinking, really? Should we go and get Poch? We should go and get, I don't know, some other top manager that was in the limelight. So it's like, I understand why you would have these opinions. I don't blame people for having these opinions. But when you sort of, everyone's favourite word, contextualise it and look at history, there's no reason why we've all of a sudden got this belief. Like, the problem I've got with this narrative at the moment is that where was everyone complaining for the last 15 managers that got hired and fired willy-nilly, but now they care more than anything? Now everyone bloody cares about it.
But wait. But I will tell you what the difference is with me compared to others who are defending Frank, right? First of all, I am not against him being sacked, right? I just don't actively want him to be sacked, right? It's not like with Ange. With Ange, I was like, get this guy the fuck out of my club, right? I am sick and tired of watching us play, right, under him. With Frank, I am not like actively pushing towards it, right? Because like my principle is that I would rather not see any managers get sacked, not in like in general. So like,
well, even if the manager,
wait. If we were in a relegation zone, right? If he was doing like actively trying to sabotage the club, right? Like what Ange was doing, in my opinion, in the league, then I was Ange out, right? But with Frank, I don't think the situation is shit enough for me to go, you are actively trying to get us like relegated or actively working against us, right? I don't think he's incompetent as a manager. He's not doing a great job. In fact, he's doing a shit job, in my opinion. But I'm not like actively pushing for him to be sacked, right? That's the difference. That's one. Second point is, if he gets sacked, I don't fucking mind, right? Like I'm not in the camp of like, and sorry to not call out Sava, but to mention Sava, right? Sava is actively fighting against people saying that Frank should be sacked, right? He's or like fighting with arguments. I'm not saying that he's like berating them for their opinion, but he's
no,
like
it's just the way he sees it, Mike.
He's trying to convince people. Yeah, he's trying to convince people that he shouldn't be sacked, right? Whereas I'm not in that camp. If he gets sacked, I don't mind, right?
Yeah, but 1 second. Like, okay, let me spit. Again, I want to jump on one of the points as you go along, right? I agree. Look, for me, everyone knows that I probably hate Ange more than any other manager that I've ever encountered in my life, right? Because I think he's the biggest liar I've ever seen in football. And he's so arrogant, right, that I just couldn't stand him. However, what I would say with Frank is that in his tenure at Spurs, all he's done is done the same mistakes that Ange was making. Maybe not as bad as Ange in terms of, but he's attacked the fans. And he's already committed to one of the greatest sins of any manager. Saying to someone at 2-0 down, I knew we would already lost the game and we had fucking 45 minutes left to play. You absolute fucking loser. What kind of a manager would ever say that? That is the biggest loser comment I've ever heard in football, to admit to your fan base, the press and everyone else that at 2-0 down with 45 minutes left to play, right, he was already given up. And therefore, that's why Ben Davies came on and he done his substitution, whatever he done. Like, I never knew that at the time. I only heard this the other day. But I'm like, well, that for me, that's done it. I'm like, I am Frank out, not because I think he's a bad manager or that he can't turn things around. I'm Frank out because of that specific statement. I don't want losers like that at my club. You would never hear Conte, Jose, Pochettino, Redknapp, Joel, even AVB would never, ever, ever say that. Ever. But he
I don't
did.
think Ange, Maz, I mean, I'll come to you, Sec Mike, and then me, I'll come to you. You know what, Maz? I'd even mentioned it the other day and I didn't think of it again. Like the fact that he brought on Davies and Paulinho, it basically accepted that we're done and we might as well just try and stick with 2-0 instead of trying to get. I mean, we was partly into the season. Whether we win or lose, it ain't going to destroy our season. Go for that bloody win or whatever, or at least try and get something out of this game when you've still got, 35 minutes he had. And he has basically admitted, yeah, we was fucked. So we go to the next.
Well, it's equivalent. It's equivalent.
That's
not
not
even
what he
Ange.
said. That's not what he
even,
said.
Not even Ange.
So what did he say? Sorry, if I got it wrong, then I'll retract it. But what did he say?
I said at the start of the show, the reason he came out straight after the game and he said the reason why I made those substitutions were because the team was disjointed. And when a team is like that, and it's a fairly common thing in football, when a team is like that, you need a bit of stability in order to gain control. And he said there were 4 attackers on the pitch already that I felt were good enough as is. He said you could have had 15 attackers on the pitch. It wouldn't have made a blind bit of difference. So for me personally, I understand that reasoning. And I just want to get this monkey off the back real quick because it drives me mental. People go, oh, Frank attacked the fans. Did he? Did he really? What, by saying any Spurs fan that boos a single player like that in the middle of a game isn't a real Spurs fan? That's attacking the fucking fans.
But hold on a minute. Hold on. No, but the reason why the fans booed Vicario is not the same reason everyone's talking about. They booed Vicario because Vicario turned around to the other players around him and he blamed them for his mistake. Right? That is a very bad quality to have as an individual, and he does that week in, week out.
Vicario blames goalkeeper in the Premier League.
No, but bullshit. That's a bullshit statement. They don't blame their other players. They don't blame their other players like he does. How many times have we seen Vicario dig out Bergvall, right? Or all the time.
He does it, and I'll add to your one. Then I'll come to you, mate. Ben, one thing you do not do, especially if you are fresh on the scene and have not got anything to preach about as such, yeah, you do not turn on that fan base. For me,
It's not
that
the
is
fan
one of
base, though, is it? It's
Hang
a
on a
set
minute,
amount
hang
of
on a
people.
minute.
Yeah.
Then it's the fan base. Whether it's
No, it's
10%
not.
or whether it's 90%, it's part of the fan base. Then who's it part of?
Mate, it is a
It's
small
part of the
section that he
fan
was
base.
talking about. He was not talking about the fan base
he
as a
still
whole.
but he's still, when he goes and talks at the fan base, the small amount, that small amount are going to turn on him straight away. But then you're also going to have other ones who think, hang on a minute, Frank, shut the fuck up, mate. What have you done to preach at anybody? Whereas if someone like Conte comes in and says that, I don't justify it, but people will take it on the chin a bit more because he's almost got something to preach about, yeah? What has Frank got to preach about to even turn around and say, oh, if you boo us, you are not a Spurs supporter? Bollocks. Man up and grow a fucking pair, yeah? You want to be clapped off that pitch like you did against Brentford and told well done, then pull your finger out your ass, get your act together and play the fucking game, yeah? And then if you can't handle getting booed off the pitch, you're in the wrong bloody job as far as I'm concerned. I know people have a very different attitude.
He's fine with it. He said that. I understand.
But then don't sit there and grill when they're getting booed off the bloody pitch. Get your act together. Do your job.
He wasn't grilling them.
He
said, I understand that fans do that. That's fine. He said, what I don't like is during a game, you are booing specifically one player. Like it's a rival fan, like it's a rival player. Bear in mind, we're talking about Vicario here, who saved us many, many times this season.
The booing was him overall. Vicario. We were booing them off the pitch as well. I don't agree with booing like the time the game's on. I don't think that's going to do any favours as such, yeah? But I'm also talking overall because I don't think it was just a dig specifically at that. Personal opinion. I think it was an overall dig basically because there'd been a lot of booing at late. I think it was an overall.
Fans booing at one particular player during a game, you aren't a real Spurs fan. That's really that outlandish.
You don't go and say that. You don't go and say that.
So when we were when all those fans were booing Sanchez, they're not Spurs fans, but when they were cheering Ange and we called them all out, they were Spurs fans.
Well, I mean that's a different matter entirely. But at the end
of the day, it's the same thing though. Like we're picking and choosing when they're Spurs fans and when they're not Spurs fans. It's look, okay. So us as Spurs fans, we have to accept the crap that the club give us, the high ticket prices, right? The lack of a plan, the contempt they show us as fans. But as soon as we show contempt to the players that we as fans spend millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds on, we're not allowed to show our displeasure at their attitude.
But there's ways and means of doing it, Maz. There's ways and means of doing it. Do you agree with what they did to Vicario during that game? Do you agree with it personally?
I think the reason why that he had such a hostile booing was because of Vicario's reaction, and that goes against the British spirit, right?
No, the
British. No. I'm not going to give you a binary answer that has no bloody thought into it, Ben. Yeah, right. You're asking the wrong person, right, for that type of answer. I'm telling you, right, that the fans booed Vicario because what he did goes against what we culturally England stands for: fair play, right? And that's why they booed him, because he blamed his compatriot, right, his teammate, for his mistake, which is nonsense, absolute nonsense. What kind of a human does that? So they questioned his character. That's why they were booing him. What about, okay, are the Spurs, let me flip it around. Are the Spurs fans that boo managers like Conte and Jose when they were there, right, are they Spurs fans?
Hold on, are we talking about the same character that specifically asked to speak to Sky Sports and Spurs TV to come out and apologise? That sort of character, to man up to his mistake and own it. That sort of
What are you talking about?
Well,
yeah, but it doesn't mean he didn't make a mistake at that time, does it? And he done it the other day.
People do that constantly.
Not in the same way as Vicario does it, mate. Not in the same way. He does it. He's got it's so much so that even the pundits are picking up on it. Even Carragher said it the other day that he does it all the time. Right?
You listen to that arse clown?
Well, it doesn't matter whether or not you respect him or not. It's so obvious that he does it that everyone's picking up on it. We've seen the videos of Vicario blaming Bergvall when he's made the mistake, and he's an 18-year-old kid, and he'd done it in front of everyone. He made him look like he was 2 feet tall when he done it to him. That could have destroyed the character like that if he wasn't, what he is.
Yeah, on that point, fair play. That was a little bit too far.
I mean, I can go with the what good's it going to do booing him on the pitch, and that one I can get. But I'm a very strong, firm believer of, you know what, you play well. You want something for me to clap. You want me to clap for you, then give me something to bloody clap. Give me something to praise you for. I'm not going to go and sit there and blow sunshine up your ass for the sake of it, yeah? But I understand that people have very different opinions to things, and everyone's entitled to see it a different way. Everyone's got their own way of doing it. Like I said earlier, I don't feel just sitting there listening to your mate cry all the time is going to do him any favours. Once or twice, maybe. But then it gets to that point where you've got to turn around and give him a slap in the head and say, get your bloody act together. It won't just be in sympathy for someone. I don't see how it'll do favours 24/7. But again, different ways, different views. Mia, how do you look on this whole thing?
With the booing thing, I think we did it to Sanchez, and I don't personally agree with singling out one player like Sanchez. People booed him because they just think he's a bad player, and that doesn't really help that didn't really help his confidence. So to boo Vicario, I don't think it's going to be helpful, because it's during the game. That's not exactly going to be good every time he touches the ball that you boo. But that's just my personal opinion. Like, everybody's entitled to it. But if we're going to go back in the past and when we've done it to individuals, I just don't particularly like it. It's not really something that I would subscribe to or do, because I think actual just one player, regardless, they're still your player. They've still got your shirt on. That's how I personally view it. And I didn't like it when it happened to Sanchez, so I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say that we can do it, justify it because it's Vicario, because he did this and did that. I don't, in my opinion, I wouldn't do that.
So no matter what they do, you can't justify it, basically. That's what you're saying, just because they wear the shirt.
What I'm trying to say is that I can't say that I didn't like it with Sanchez, so therefore I'm going to therefore go back on my word and say I don't like it being done if it's Vicario.
I agree. Sanchez one was completely out of order. I agree with you on that. I didn't like that either. But with Vicario, one of the reasons why the fans turned on him was because he's made multiple mistakes over the last 3 years that he's been with us, and he always, the way he reacts from him making a mistake towards his teammates rubs people up the wrong way. Right, and obviously with all the problems that we've got at Tottenham Hotspur at the moment, I understand why the fans reacted that way. But I think the overarching point is for our manager to turn around and say to tens of thousands of fans that did boo, "You're not real Spurs fans," is one of the most daftest things a manager can do. His job is to galvanise and pull people together, a bit like what Poch did, a bit like what Redknapp did, a bit like what Joel did. Right, not to single out one section of the fan base or another section of the fan base and do that. Have you ever seen Alex Ferguson do that, or Wenger do that? Top class managers.
I mean,
they know where their bread's buttered, don't they?
For me, Thomas Frank has come out and said a few things that are questionable about losing games and stuff like. I don't think that's probably the right attitude to have, to come out and say, well, you finished 17th? Like, that's not what you want to hear from a manager, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the kind of attitude probably to come out with. So, to be fair, he said a few things that I'm a bit like, why would you say that? That doesn't really come across very well if you're trying to endear yourself to fans. So I don't think he's particularly endearing himself to fans, for sure. Like, I don't think he's doing a very good job of that. The one thing I was going to say is this whole notion of we can't get rid of a manager because there's nobody else. I really disagree with that. I just think if you're in a relationship with somebody, are you going to be in an unhappy, toxic relationship just because they're there warming your bed? Or do you think actually it's not working out? I know, but I wouldn't want to be that person, Dan. Like, for Tottenham, I don't want to stay in if it turns out to be a really, bad situation. I don't want to stick with a manager just because there's nobody else. Like, I don't agree with that notion. I feel like there's got to be somebody that could come in. I'm going to give him more time. I'm not saying that. I'm saying giving him till the end of December to see if he deserves to have the January window the January window. But I honestly can't understand these people saying we can't sack him just because there's nobody else. Like, no, you can't do that. I don't want to stay in this toxic relationship. I'd rather have my bed cold and double bed to myself, thank you very much, than have someone who's toxic in it, thanks.
So, Mia, I'll ask you first then, quick, Mia, and then come straight to you, Mike, and everyone else. So basically, the whole point of the question, which obviously always diverts with football, that's the fun of it and that, you can write down 5 things to talk about and you only get to talk about one of them. That's just the fun in football. What do we actually do with this fella, do you think? What should we do? Should we hang on to him or maybe cut our losses early, realizing we might have made a mistake, or hoping that things could get better? Do we obviously need to buy players, but do we buy players that Frank wants, or do we go and buy players more for the club that the next manager will definitely use as well, if you get what I mean? Like, if we go and get a good centre mid, Edison's the example I use, because he's one I think we could definitely get and be very good at Spurs. And even if Frank ended up leaving at the end of the season, he would still be in that team with the next manager, basically. So where do we go about this? What do we do you think?
My personal opinion is he's going to now have a little bit more time down on the training pitch with them. If we don't see an improvement up until end of December, if we keep losing games and playing absolutely trash football, people called Ange's football kamikaze football. I call this graveyard football, because it's not even football, it's barely football. So I would give him up until December, knowing that he's had maybe a bit more time with the boys on the training pitch, like I say. And if he doesn't improve, I think we've got to change him. I don't think we can stick it out. Let him have January and risk that even if another month's time, say February, he gets sacked, then we've bought players that Frank's approved of. I don't think that's going to work.
That's why I'm saying, Mia, if we do that, do we go and get players for the club, not the manager as such? Because if we go out and buy ourselves a quality centre mid, whether it's Frank's first choice or not, Frank's going to use him because we haven't got a quality centre mid. DM, Paulina, yeah, but apart from that, Bentancur, I think he's good, but not the standards we need. Archie Gray should never be on that pitch. Bergvall, I don't think he's ready. Sarr, we know he's not ready. So if we go and get a quality CM there, someone who can play an 8 or whatever, Frank's going to use him anyway. And then if he does go, the next manager will use him as well. So instead of buying for Frank, buy for the club, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
you don't always have to go out and do it the way we've done it. Go and buy 2 wing backs and then go and sack the fucking manager who uses wing backs.
Yeah, and I do agree. If we get like the couple of positions that are probably the ones that are our weakest on the left, I think, even Adogi, I feel like we need a replacement for him quite desperately. I think that would definitely be a good step forward, because the next manager could come in as long as it's players. Again, it's difficult because they won't have picked those players. So a lot of people are going to say, well, they out of the choices, Frank picked them. Although we are buying for the club, it's a hard one to sort of, as long as they're...
Where you're coming from. I mean, Mike, go on. You wanted to say something, and your opinion on this. Go for it, mate.
Yeah, so like 2 things. One, when I said that I don't want Frank sacked, right? Because I'm not convinced by other options. It's purely that, right? It's because, like Mia, you said that it's not like we shouldn't sack him because there is no one out there. Of course, there are other managers out there, right? Obviously, but if we are to swap Frank for, I don't know, like Marco Silva from Fulham, then fuck that. I don't want to get through that process, right? It's a side grade for me. It's not an upgrade, right? If we are to sack him, I want an upgrade, right? And like a significant upgrade. But then I made the point that, for example, Xavi Hernandez, who everyone is talking about, right, who is currently jobless, like this midfield playing Xavi Hernandez ball, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath, right? It is already. Then with Xavi Hernandez, it's going to be worse, right? So this was my only point with Frank. Again, like if the club finds someone who will do a much better job than Frank, then fine, just get rid of him, right? I am not in the camp of like defending Frank to that extent, right? But also one thing with the players, right? I think the last thing that we should do right now is keeping Frank but not buying players, right? This is the worst course of action that we can do. You either keep Frank and buy players, or sack Frank and buy players. But the buy players part stays the same, right? And if you buy good enough quality of players, then we won't have to discuss whether he fits the system or whatever, right? Because he will be good enough to play vast majority of types of football that we want to play, right? Like if we buy Ederson from Atalanta, I think he can play a number 8, he can play double pivot, he can play whatever, right? Because he's just a fucking quality player, right? But if you buy dross like Richarlison, then you will hear people in half a year making excuses. Oh, this guy, he needs to play in a double up top striker, or this guy, he needs to be a touchline winger, but we don't play with touchline wingers on the left, and he needs to be inverting and all that. That's bullshit, right? I think whether we trust Frank or not, I think Frank plays like a default enough system, in my opinion, in terms of like the positions that we have on the pitch, that whether we believe in him or not, the club should buy players for the club, right? So no matter if Frank is a manager or not, Ederson is a quality player, we should buy him, right? No matter if Frank wants, like if Frank wants him, that's another benefit, right? But
he's going to use it, isn't he, basically?
Yeah,
if he does get him.
Yeah, but the last thing we should do is keeping Frank about saying, oh, no, you did badly in December, so right now we are not going to buy players for you, right? Because then he will just keep doing badly because the squad is still shit, right? So we need to upgrade the squad, no matter if they trust Frank or not, right? So those
Michael, I agree with a lot of what you said. One thing I do have an exception on, though, is, you know, where you said, oh, if Xavi Hernandez comes, right, and with this midfield we do crap. Well, how did Jose do decent enough, right, for us? How did Conte do it with the defense that he had?
I think that's
counter-attacking football managers.
I think that's because
no, but what I mean, what I'm getting at is that they had poor players throughout their teams. Okay, and they still managed to get some sort of tune out of them. Conte obviously better than Jose did, but even Jose, when you look at his 2 half seasons, when you tally up all his points versus the other managers around him, I think he had the 3rd most points in the Premier League behind. Sorry.
3rd or 4th, I think it was, right?
Something
right. So he didn't do as bad as what people think. He wasn't doing bad. Really, there's no idea why he got sacked. To be honest with you, you know, it's a bit baffling why he got sacked. But
especially before a final, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, but my overall point is that we don't know. What I'm trying to get at is, I get the sentiment that Michael's trying to say is that our midfielders aren't good enough to implement Xavi's style of play, as are the forwards. I get that, but we don't know what type of a manager he really is in the Prem, whether he can galvanise those players. Because we've seen, this is Stell's argument that he's been banging on about for a while. The players obviously switch it on when they want to switch it on, and they turn it off when they want to turn it off. How do we know that with the right manager, they ain't going to switch it on for a large period of time to get us to where we want to be, maybe by the end of the season?
Yeah. So just to respond to your questions, right? And this is like purely speculation because we don't know until it happens, right? Until it happens and we have proof, then it's all speculation, right? But with Jose and Conte, I think, and this is just my opinion, maybe it's like copium or something, right? But I think the style of play they employed was to cover the weaknesses of the team, which was defense, right? That's why we were defending so deep with so many bodies, because the more bodies you put in the defense, the easier it is to defend. And we had a world-class forward line, which they made use of in the most efficient way, which was counter-attacking, right? I think that's why they did so well, even though the defense was so shit, right? I think right now we are kind of in a reverse situation where I actually think like Conte and Jose's style with this squad would be even worse. And this is why we are seeing what we are seeing right now with Frank, who is kind of implementing the same type of play, which is we try to defend, right? Our defense is actually quite good. I think our defenders are not like the lower half of the table, let's call it that way.
No.
But our forward line is so fucking bad, right? That we
our defenders are the top scorers.
Yeah, our defenders are the top scorers, and we struggle to take more than 3 shots a game, right? Because these guys just cannot fucking dribble and put one top bins like Son used.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, look, I hate the players as much as you do, and everyone does on the panel, right? That we've got. But what I can't do is pretend that they're so bad that all of a sudden now the same players that won us the Europa and got us 5th a couple of seasons ago can't replicate anything like they've done in the past. This team is largely the same, bar those 4 players that got brought in, than what Ange had. So if Ange managed to get them scoring goals and attacking with the crap that we had, why can't Frank? I get the arguments about the players.
But we are missing Madison, Kulusevski, Solanke, and Son, right?
Yeah, but okay. Yeah. Well, and this is the problem I've got with all the YouTubers around there, because I think a lot of the guys, right? They're all my friends as well. Look, I don't have any personal beef with anyone, but you all go on all these fucking shows all the time, and you say I've got a billion different points. Fast forward 4 or 5 months later, you've forgotten what you said in the past, and you start contradicting yourselves, right? I heard the argument when we all wanted Ange to leave that this squad, when you compare it to all of these X amount of teams ahead of us at the time, right, are on paper, right, and what we saw in the first season are better than what everyone else is. Now we're saying they're so bad, right, that all the other teams around us have got better players. Where's the consistency in that?
So Mas, I think at least I tried to be consistent. I hope I'm not like flip-flopping or anything.
No, I know. But I saw. You know what's funny, right? It's the same thing sort of happened with Levy. I saw, right, people bringing up our places that we finished over the last 25 years under Levy, right? And what you see from that is that he took us from a mid-table club up into the top 4, 5th or 4th, very regularly, right? In fact, for large periods of times, we're finishing above Liverpool and Arsenal for very large periods of that time. Yeah. And then I'm seeing the same people say to us, why do we deserve to be up there? Right? That's the stupidity of how we discuss football, right? It's like they're constantly changing their narrative to fit the situation at the time, right? It's bollocks. I've always remained consistent on this, right?
No, you're not, Raz. That's rubbish.
Listen,
because I want to call you out.
No, hold on. You can tell me afterwards. I've always remained consistent on this.
Let them two finish. They're having their bit. Let them two finish. I'll come to you.
I've always remained consistent on this, right? We've got Enoch and Levy, right, are the biggest problems at this club, right? But that doesn't mean that the good that they've done in the past, like they've done under Joel, under Redknapp, under Poch, can't now be replicated again. They just have to do the same things they were doing back then to bring us back up to that top 6 finish. But we're not doing those same things. We're buying crap players. We're getting shitter managers in, etc., etc.
Can I, before I need to go because I'm going gym, but I'd like to say that I've never actually flip-flopped on any of the stuff that I've said, because I wasn't one of these people who said that about Ange, about the team, and about how I do think we're better than 17th, but I've not flip-flopped on that now. I do think we're better than what we finished, and I do think that I said between 7th and 9th is where we should finish with this squad. So now anybody who's flip-flopping and changing and saying that we shouldn't finish, I don't think that's true. I think that a lot of people have gone back on their word because they're so fiercely wanting to defend somebody who they wanted in because they wanted the other manager out so much. So nobody's being reasonable about where we should actually finish with this squad. I think people are saying it's a lot worse than what actually it is. I think that between 7th and 9th is reasonable in the first season with Frank. I think that would be a reasonable finish. So now everyone's flip-flopping and saying this team's awful, it can't finish, we can't finish, we're going to finish 12th, we're going to finish 15th. No, man, that's not true. We should be finishing at least in those positions, in my humble opinion.
Big up, Mel, well said.
I totally agree. Hang on, Dan, I'll come straight to you. I agree with what you're saying, Mia. You're right. I mean, I try and stick to my guns on what I say. I'm more than willing to change my opinion. I wanted Ange out big time, come love nor money. I said Frankie's one I would definitely have in there because I think he's an adaptable coach and can coach the players and that. At the moment, I am seeing nothing better off Frank than I did off Ange, and I'm on the fence big time to sit here almost at the point where I can sit. Do you know what? I think I might have made a big mistake here calling this one, because I don't think we've actually got anyone better who's give me any proof that I think he's going to get any better either. But with that one, you can say only time will tell. But I do get the point that you and Mazza made. You do see a lot of people go from one hardcore left to a hardcore right, basically. There seems to be a lack of in-between as such. Call it sitting on the fence is covering your ass to an extent, but I usually stick to a point I make. But this one, I can't answer it honestly on whether I want in, out. All right, if I can get rid of him and go in and get in a quality no manager, get him out there tomorrow, basically. But I'm very much on the fence with this one. I just don't know what to do. Do we stick with our man and do this, or do we just cut our losses and go for it again and everything? I'm proper on the fence with this one.
Dan, can I jump in here real quick?
Can I just say bye to everyone? Big up. Yeah, big up to everybody. Thank you for having me, Dan. And I'll be interested to see what Danny Kiriakou is going to kick off about today.
Nice to meet you, Mia.
And you too, Maz. Right, speak to you guys later. Bye.
Danny, before you start, I also want to say something, because I know you will go on a tirade, right? So,
no, I'm not going to.
Just build it up.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, just build it up, mate. Keep it simmering down and then just burst, right? Pause. But no,
just try and hold it back more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think with the whole player narrative thing, right? During Ange's last season, I said I think those players are better, and I kept saying I think we are quality-wise between 6th and 8th, right, depending on the results. And this was with Maddison, Kulusevski, Solanke, and Son in the team, right? Then we went into the summer, and before the transfers, I said this team with a couple additions can be from 6th to 8th, right? Because we knew that Son is going, we knew that some players are going. This was my stance, right? Maddison got injured, Son left, whatever. Kulusevski is still injured, Solanke is, I don't know, fucking doing methamphetamine, apparently not passing through the drug tests, right? I don't know, all speculations, right? But the point is, I think with the acquisitions that we made with Kolomuani, Kudus, Simons, right? I stick to my guns. I think 6th to 8th is where this squad quality-wise is in the league, right? And I thought that Frank will fix the issues that we had with Postecoglou, and get us to 6th and 8th. So Frank is doing a shit job, and I think I remained consistent with it, right? I praised where the praise was deserved, and I criticized where the criticism is deserved. And for vast majority of the season, the criticism is deserved, right? So at least I hope I'm not flip-flopping on that, right? So I agree with you, Mas, right? The maddest part for me is that the constant switching of narratives, right? Going from one end to the other, right? Under Ange, it was all Ange's fault. The players were great, right? Then we make acquisitions and suddenly the players are shit. Frank is great, right? I don't understand why people find it so hard to portion the blame between all the parties, right? Why is it that the whole pie has to be in the one topic instead of just part of the pie being players, part of the pie being Frank, part of the pie being the shit recruitment, part of the pie being the lack of the winning mentality and all that shit, right? Because I think we are just the biggest pile of shit, right? That just keeps stacking on top of each other, right? I think the recruitment has been wang, right? Richarlison, Johnson, Bissouma, other guys like that. Bissouma for his own fault, right? But I think this team still needs a cleansing, right? We need to get rid of 8 players at that moment in time, right? And there are some other players like Vicario that we should upgrade on, right? This is one issue. Frank is doing a shit job. This is the second issue, right? I won't let anyone tell me that Frank is doing great right now, right? Playing Porro the way he does, right? I since game week 3, I was saying that Porro is not a fucking right-sided center back that is supposed to spam balls from deep, right? You need to play this guy forward, so you need to have defensive cover on the left.
He's a wing back.
Right? Yeah, he's a wing back, right? I've said that this midfield whole Palinia, Bentancur, stuff that we are trying to play. It doesn't work because they are too similar, right? He has to find a different way to play them, and on and on and on, right? With Solanke, with fucking Richarlison, Kolomuani, Simons, all that stuff, right? So Simons is doing a shit job. Then there is the recruitment team that somehow finds it hard to fucking buy a player in the summer. Apparently we have the money, right? Apparently we are like rich right now and we are supposed to buy players, but we end up with the 4th choice center attacking mid that we tried to go for, right? Because we failed with Eze, Morgan, Gibbs-White and Rodgers. So we end up with Simons, and that's not Simons' fault, right? And then there is the ownership that just doesn't know what the fuck they want, right? Like, do they want a club that wins trophies? Do they want a club that just consistently gets to top 6 and plays in Europe and brings in merchandise, right? Like, everything needs to be sorted for this club to move forward, right? Like, I honestly think that we can bring in like 3 world-class players, and yes, the results will get a bit better, but if Frank is still doing a shit job with using those players, then it won't change, right? Like, everything needs to be sorted out. This is unfortunately the place that we find ourselves in, right? There are other clubs like Aston Villa, let's call it that way, right? Like Aston Villa, the manager is doing the great job. The squad needs improving, right? They have like some financial issues, but the ownership knows what they want, right? The manager is doing great. The sporting directors are recruiting well with what they can do with it, right? So the only thing that they need to fix is the squad. Whereas with us, it's like everything needs to be fucking fixed. And this is why I am like so emotionless watching this club, because I know that even if we had Ederson instead of Gray that started against Forest, I don't think much changes, right? Because there is still so much shit that needs to be fixed. It's honestly just like, it's disheartening to support this club for the past 2 seasons. It's just like the Europa League, fine. Like, I had a week of joy. I got wasted with you guys on the stream, right? That's it. Like, the joy is gone, and right now we are back to the miserable reality, right? It's sorry for the long run, but it's just
say what you got to say, mate.
Mike, can I chime in? Right, I genuinely think this player, this fan base needs to take a deep breath. I do not subscribe to the notion. No, seriously, bear with me a second, right? I don't subscribe to the notion that Thomas Frank wants to play this type of football. If you sat down and asked me, who do I blame more, Thomas Frank or the players and their lack of mentality, I'd blame the fucking players all day long. I think there's a lot of things that we're not taking into consideration.
But Frank is not blameless, right?
No, 100%. I'm not saying that. I'm with you.
Like the size of the pie is different.
No, for sure. I'm with you 100%. I'm not one of these people that are, Frank can't do anything wrong. He has done things wrong.
It's all the fucking players.
My point remains, I feel like we haven't taken everything into consideration. Number one being 3 of his 4 attackers are brand spanking new to the club. I've seen Chelsea nosedive after bringing in too many players because they can't sync together, okay? It's like a normal thing with Chelsea every few years. So you've got to take that into consideration. Also, what is Frank dealing with? He's dealing with the fallout from Daniel Levy and the dog shit players that were brought in, okay? So he's left with that right now. One of his leading men is Richarlison. I'll say that again. Richarlison. So, after 4 months, but this is what I'm saying. So after 4 months, you've got everyone fucking raging, saying, "Oh, Frank this, Frank that." I understand frustrations, but can we take a deep breath and take more things into consideration before we jump down this guy's throat? For me, I think the guy just needs a bit of time. Like, what are you expecting?
That's why I said I'm not Frank out, right?
No,
because I think there is so much shit going on at the club.
There is,
even though he's doing a shit job, and as I said, if they replace him, I say it again, if they replace him, I don't mind, right? And it's not like I'm defending the guy. I think he's doing a shit job, right? But I think there is so much shit going on at this club, and so much shit needs to be fixed, right? That I don't think that bringing in 1 or 2 players fixes it, right? I don't think changing just the manager fixes it, right? Because what do we get from bringing in Xavi Hernandez, right? If the players are still fucking wank and the recruitment is wank and the ownership is wank, right? Like, what do we get from changing the ownership if the players are wank, the manager is wank, and you can make the.
But we said that under Joel. We said that under Redknapp. Right, when Poch came in, we said the whole team was wank.
Then the team got replaced, right? Because the recruitments was doing.
I understand, but during their wank periods that they had before they got the players in, they got them playing and they showed the improvement.
Yeah,
At the moment, what we're seeing from Frank is that things are getting worse.
Yeah, that took time.
I definitely.
But things are getting worse. When they came in, things didn't get worse with them.
They're getting worse because this has been a problem for the last 6 years at this football club. How can you? It's been
okay. No. Just stop on that statement. Just stop on that statement. I'll answer that statement, then you can tell the rest of your point, right? That's not true, because when Jose came in, right, we started doing better. Yeah, right. We were in free fall, right? We started doing better.
For 10 games.
What do you mean? When you look at his point average, we were fifth when he got sacked, right? And I think we were like 4 or 5 points off going from third, I think. Sorry?
How many fans were crying for Jose to be sacked?
I didn't agree with it.
Wanted Jose out. There was.
I didn't agree with it.
That wanted Conte out.
What I'm saying is
this Spurs mentality crap.
All I'm saying is, Danny, you said a point, right, about that this has been happening for 6 years, and that's not true, because when we got Jose in, we saw an improvement certainly in where we were in the league, right? And when Conte came in, we went from mid-table crap, right, to fourth straight away, right? And then when he left, we were fourth, and we were 1 point off third.
But man,
I think it was 1 point.
There's context. Why did he get that position? Why? The context is that he made the most out of Harry Kane and Son, and then he brought in Kulusevski and Bentancur. And as soon as he did that, we've
just brought in. We've just brought in 4 first-team players, right? We brought in 4 first-team players.
This is what I want to call you out on, right? Because last season, the players that actually won us that trophy, none of them are playing at the moment. None of them. You said the same. The attack's completely different. Kulusevski's injured, Son is gone, Maddison's injured, and Solanke's injured. So those are the 4 players that actually made us score goals and assists. That's 75 goals and assists last season, right? Between those
say that. Okay, sorry, Danny, hold on, dude, because I'm wearing a headset and I'm finding it hard to hear, right? So you said out of the 4 players, Maddison, Kulu, Solanke, and who else?
Son.
And Son, right? So I'll give you that, right? Those players are in the team, right? And they're key players, right? This is the problem I have with it, though. Frank came in knowing, right, that Kulu was injured, right? Maddison got injured under his watch, right, during pre-season, right? He knew that Son was leaving, right, and Solanke was already injured, wasn't he, when he came, and then he came back, and then he got injured again, right? He had opportunity of a club, let's say him and Lange and Flange and Paratici and Levy and whoever, had opportunity to bring in players to bolster the squad, right? Now, they brought in Xavi and Mawani. That replaces at least 2 of those players that you mentioned, right? He also signed off on Tel. So that's 3 players. He got Kudos.
No.
That's 4 players.
So that was an obligation to buy Tel. That was already obligated by.
Alistair Gold on his last podcast said that he had the final sign off on Tel.
Well, then that's a stupid signing, isn't it?
Well, exactly, right? So I've just named 4 players
on loan.
I've just named 4 players that came in to replace these players, right? And we're worse. There you go.
But yeah, we're worse, Maz, because we haven't replaced the goals and assists that came out of the team from last season.
Because we're playing crap and the players aren't performing.
Let me
By the way, Maz, just
hold on, Alex, 1 second, man. Let me just finish what I'm going to say first.
And plus, Dietrich still needs to say something as well. He's been waiting for a bit.
Right. First of all, Maz, right, this season we brought in Kudus, we brought in 2 permanent signings, Kudus and Xavi Simons, right? Kudus last season had a bad season, right? He's a very good player, but he can't do it on his own. right? Xavi Simons is an unproven player who's got potential, but he's not ready right this minute. You can see
he's not unproven, dude. He's one of Holland's best
players. Are you gonna let me finish?
But you can't. But look, a whole point of a conversation.
When has he played in the Premier League, Maz?
What's that? That means any player that comes out of the division is unproven. Is that correct? Is that correct? Then? Is any player that comes out of the division is unproven?
Let me fucking finish. Madison, Kulusevski, Dominic Solanke, right? Are all proven players in the Premier League, right? They're all proven players. Every single one of them. Xavi Simons, Odegaard, Tell, Richarlison, they're shit. All of them in the Premier League. They've all been shit, right? So how do you expect Thomas Frank to have an attack that can create and score when all they do is lose control of the ball because of how shit they are?
So when Man City make their signings, and they're bringing in their players that are outside of the Premier League.
Man City now?
No. I'm running with your point. When they come into their team, they're all unproven. Is that correct?
Man City buy ready-made quality, Maz.
Yeah, well, we supposedly bought ready-made quality. No, don't change. Don't flip-flop and change. We bought in ready-made quality.
You're the original, mate.
Xavi.
Man City. You're talking about
can I just mention about Xavi? 3 of his 4 senior seasons, he got double figures.
Stop. One at a time, yeah? Because otherwise no one's going to fucking hear what's going on here. Right. And you get a fucking ear.
Right. Xavi Simons, right, came in, right? And he has a good career thus far for a young lad, right?
Rubbish.
He's one of Holland's. Sorry?
Rubbish. Sorry. I can't sit here.
No, let me finish my point, then you can come in, Bob. You're not as big as me anymore, mate. You're B grade. You're B grade.
My time's taking too long, bruv. I can't hear it anymore, bruv. Yeah, Professor Truth Entertainment is to make himself known. Yeah, I'm sorry, crap. Right, Xavi Simons
has not
is
proven
no
it in the Premier
better
League.
than Kulusevski. He's no better than Kulusevski.
At this moment, I agree with Alex on that.
Absolutely, 100%. I'm sorry, but what I watched from RB Leipzig, yeah, which was a Pendel's the main player, by the way, the best one, yeah, was the big one for me, yeah, and Sesko, right, those are the two top players. Right.
He was no. He was a good player.
Hang on. Let Alex finish.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing this crap, bruv. You know what I mean?
Well, you cannot do it, right? But you can listen to the facts, right? When Xavi was bought, everyone was saying that he may be an even better player than Eze.
I never said it.
Right? I'm just saying the point, though. Right? Therefore, to insinuate that he isn't a very good player, right, and he's unproven and he's just nonsense, right? This is a fully fledged international, right, that played for big teams around Europe, right? So Chelsea wanted to buy him and then they didn't buy him. So let's not pretend that this is some rubbish player all of a sudden.
How many times did he play, Maz? Hold on, Alex, there's a difference, right? You're talking about Xavi Simons going to Chelsea, where they've got full of top-class players around them, right? When you bring Xavi Simons to Tottenham, he's got fucking Pape Matar, Archie Gray, Odegaard, and Richarlison.
We're going away from the point that you made. We're going away from the point that you're ducking and diving away from the point. You said to me that team that won.
Player, Maz, Matt, look, I'm going to say something, right? Harry Kane and Son pulled us out and carried us for years, right? For years.
Going away, right? Mate. You're going so far away.
Hold on. Let me finish the point, then you can have your point, right? Harry Kane and Son carried us for years. And people think that Xavi Simons at 22 years old is going to come into this team full of shit players and carry us, right? He's not at that level to do that. He's not.
Who said that?
Why do we expect Xavi Simons to come in here and win games single-handedly, right? When he's nowhere near that level yet.
I don't expect any player to come in and win games single-handedly. Very few players can do that. Harry Kane and Gareth Bale being the two examples that we've had. I'm going to go back to your original point.
Hang on.
So I'm going to go back to your original point.
Let Max finish.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on. Slow it. Go on, Ben. Say your bit.
Well, no.
And then
Right.
Dietrich's
So,
got
to say Xavi's not ready made, I think is a bit ridiculous. Look, let's just analyse this for a second. Xavi Simons, out of the four senior seasons he's had, 3 of them he got double figures in GA. Double figures. One of those was in Netherlands, and the other 2 were in Germany. Now, Germany for me is the closest to the Premier League in terms of physicality. So to say he's not ready, I don't know about that statement. All I'll say is this: he just needs time to adapt. You can clearly see, and to be fair, his entire career, he's never been a strong player, never. But he does need a period to adapt. But to say he's not a ready-made player, for me, 3 senior seasons where he's got double figures in GA, I think that's a little bit outlandish. I do think he's a ready-made player, personally.
Okay, cool. I agree with you, Ben. So back to the original point.
That is going a bit funny.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, just a bit crackly. Go on.
You maybe try to work the cable or something, because it's like choppy.
Is it? I might be because I'm on wireless or. Is it all right or is it bad? Just let me know.
No, now it's worse. Now it's
Yeah, I
worse.
can still hear you, but it's just choppy.
Yeah, maybe let Dietrich speak.
Yeah,
now, right?
Go on, Dietrich. Say your piece, mate. How you doing, mate?
Good. How's everyone doing except Danny? Little bitch.
Lovely as you see. Lovely as you see. If I can call it always.
Come on, yeah.
Yeah, I've been honestly, guys.
Oh, this fucking wanker.
Oh my
This
god.
is the biggest flip flop there is. Helios.
Shit, I got-
What's up, pussies?
What's up, pussy?
Hey, Dietrich's, bruv. You're trying to make yourself known, bruv.
No, I was about to. No, I was
Either
about
way.
to.
Come on,
Everyone
Dietrich.
is shit. Everyone is
Dietrich.
shit. Go on, Dietrich.
No, I was
Dietrich,
about to.
come on,
I was
man.
about. Yeah, I was about to start, but then I see that bald head, and
Oh,
then it
fucking
just.
hell,
Like,
you're even louder, mate, with an echo chamber now.
oh shit! No, I just saw his bald head, and it just like I diverted a bit. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I just wanted to say that Danny, I've
Gave
been
you some
listening-
bright light.
Just
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
blow something up, mate.
It sounds like it has already.
Right, anyway,
No.
Dietrich.
No,
on it.
just
Go for
quickly,
it,
I
bro.
don't understand why people are getting mad about like the current performance. Like, what do you
I agree.
expect? No,
I
what do you
agree.
expect? What do you expect when let's say you won the European trophy, which is a good thing, but we finished 17, which was pretty horrendous. It is what it is. But then, what do you expect when you hire a manager, and then people say, "Oh, I want to take the Champions League seriously," and you hire someone that has 0 experience and clearly has shown that has not he cannot work with big egos. It's pretty obvious. Spence is a big ego. Like most of these players have big egos. So as much as I don't like Frank, I don't think it's fair for him to the situation he just entered. Like it's one of the worst. And in my opinion, as much as fans want to give him time and be fair with him, he has to show at least the bare minimum. And what I mean by that, we've criticized Ange for conceding and leaking goals left, right, and center. Well, Frank, you came in and you're a defensive manager. Let's try to be better defensively. And currently, for me, he hasn't shown it at all. I think we look worse defensively this year than under Ange. Personal opinions.
For someone with no experience, we are
But the
pretty
same
much
manager,
there
No.
on that
the manager
qualification.
you're
in the
saying that is
Champions
very
League.
good at the moment. The same manager you're saying very good at that won the cup, the Europa League. Just to remind people, played the same sort of football in the quarterfinal in the second leg
Yeah.
of Frankfurt, crap. In the semi-final, the Bodo Glimt game, crap, because we were crap in attack. And the Man United game, it was the worst game I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, no,
Just
it's true.
Right?
Yep.
No.
So this crap I hear, and by the way, I still don't like Thomas the Frank Engine. Yeah, I don't like him. So don't say that I'm on that train. Don't,
I wasn't even done,
don't
Alex.
do that.
but-
You know what I mean?
What's he
But
done
the
to
point
you?
is, though, I just need to put my context to people right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sorry, Dan. I'm not here to. I'm sorry I came late to
Go
the
on, mate.
proceedings, but you know, Mr. Box Office, the Professor of Truth and Entertainment.
Of course I do.
I'm here. I'm
Go
here
for it,
to
mate.
make myself known. You know what I mean? And if I'm not here to make myself known, I should be here, and that's it.
I'm
Back to
never
you,
a guest,
DJ,
mate.
say
Go for
something
it.
stupid.
Alex, you should be outside finding a wife. I don't know why you're just wasting your time here. Go find a girlfriend. mate.
Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, still
yeah, a bit
stuttery,
better.
but can hear you.
A bit better,
Look-
but
But come on, Dietrich, go with what you're saying.
Well,
yeah, just quickly, and then people say we're close to qualification, like Benji just said. Like, guys, do you realize that Brentford, a team that let go of Frank and his coaching staff, they're 2 points behind us? And they lost 8 games and won 6. Like, that's pretty fucking bad, in my opinion. In my opinion, they look better under the new manager than under Frank. I mean, as a style, not like as points. And I'll just end it as this because I know Stel wants to go. I know these players aren't good enough. I 100% agree with Danny on that point. But for me, it has to be both of the blames. Frank needs some of the blame, and the players need some of the blame. It's equal for me.
Correct.
And Frank, for me, I just hope he can, like, especially like the ego battle. I do not accept it. Like me, if I was a coach, what Spence did to him, and the players clearly they do not respect him because he doesn't have the CV, and clearly he doesn't have the personality to impose himself. And for me, especially in the Big Six club, that's a fucking problem. Look at Maresca. Never coached in his life as a first team. First thing he did, Disasi, Disaster, and Badishile, you're out of the team. Didn't even give them a time. And that's what I want to see from this manager.
But
That's
the
all I
reason
gotta
why,
say.
the reason why,
Can
the
you hear me
reason why
now?
the players respected, the
Yeah,
reason
much
why they
better.
respected Ange, the reason why they respected Ange, Van der Ven has literally just proved it right now, right? What I was saying, what Sava was saying all that time, right? He left it to the players to decide how to play in those games. That's why we were very defensive, right?
By the
So
way,
we
highly,
weren't coached.
highly recommend that Van
We
de Ven
weren't
interview.
coached
Fucking class.
whatsoever. Oh yeah, Mikel. Sorry if you didn't. I didn't hear you saying
Yeah,
that. So,
No. I'm backing you. Like everyone, if you didn't watch,
Can
like,
I just
Barry
let me
Neville's
make my
interview,
point, and I
and
can go on mute and listen. Right now, I'll fix my audio. Just back to Danny's original point, right? That he made. He said we have 4 players missing. All I'm saying is, right, is that he's brought in 4 players, right? Loan or not, to me, is immaterial. We're all wetting ourselves when Paulinho came in, right? Because he's a bloody good midfielder, right? And we're all excited when Moani came in, right? So let's not pretend that these again are like some crappy B-Tech players that are unheard of and we've never heard of them, right? All the 4 people that are not in the team now have been replaced, right? Let alone everyone was slating Kulusevski for his output last season and how he's so one-footed and all. I know you didn't, but a lot of people did, right? So to say, oh, you know, that the team's worse than last year, well, that's by Frank's design, right? He's the one who brought in the players. If they're not performing, that's down to him. I'm in Michael's camp. Everyone's got a piece of the pie blame to go. Board, manager, and players, right? I blame them all equally, right? I don't think, but I'm not going to give Frank special treatment, right, over and above what I gave to Ange, right? So far, he's produced the worst Tottenham Hotspur, right, as this point in time now than what Ange did. For me, that's unacceptable, right? So if he is to stay, he needs to bloody shape up quick, right, and get the team playing.
But Maz, he was the same. It's a similar way that we're playing right now under Ange as well, though. So at the same time, right? Again, I'm not on that Thomas Frank thing, like I said before, right? But because we won that trophy, which really kind of masks a lot,
it did,
right? Masks a lot, and that's what was the fear for me. We had our moment.
Alex.
We had our one night stand, like winning that cup, and since then. Right, we've seen the after effect.
Alex, do you know what it is?
Yeah,
it's like the Champions League final and the Europa League final, right? The one where we won and the Champions League final where we lost, right? What that does is it gives the fans a false perception of where we are as a club now.
Agreed.
Right, and that is the biggest problem.
Yeah, but Danny,
hold on, Vijay, let me just want to say one point right quickly, right? And the problem we have is that if you take out those 2 events, right, in those 2 scenarios, if you take out the Europa League last season, everyone would be sitting here right now losing their shit if we were playing the way we were with 1 game a week, even more than we are right now, or even more than some of the fans are right now, right? And that's the biggest thing, because for me, I cannot understand how fans cannot see, if you actually compare the squads from this season and last season, and what the available players Frank has right now, considering that Ange last season binned off the Premier League to get that Europa League trophy, and we actually got far worse in the Premier League when he decided to do that, right? But yet Frank is trying to manage the Champions League and the Premier League, yet people are complaining. Okay, so if Spurs fans want us to be finishing 7th or 6th, right? The only way Frank has a chance of doing that is literally the exact words that Stell's been banging on about for months, saying that this club cannot compete on all fronts with the level of quality of player we have and the depth of squad we have. Right, it's just not possible. We can only focus on one thing. We cannot focus on 2 competitions because the level of players that we have, the quality we have, they are not consistent, which is why they are average footballers, right? Because the top level players are the ones who can be consistent, playing at a high level because they've got the mentality for it, they've got the effort for it, they've got the desire for it, they've got the concentration for it, and they've got the ability for it. But when you have average players, they can get up for 1 game or 2 games or 3 games a season, but their average is what we're seeing. That is what we're seeing. They'll win some games, they'll lose some games, and they'll draw some games. So I don't understand why people are so pissed off and angry. Like, what do you want? What more do people want? Honestly.
Danny, can I
You're
ask
waffling, man.
Just
This is
quickly.
absolute waffle. Absolute
No, I'm only following your own words, mate.
No,
You're
just
waffling.
quickly.
No, you're not. You've taken what I've said and you've turned it into absolute guff.
That's exactly what you said.
No,
exactly
I just want to ask Danny a quick question. Danny, do you remember when we lost the final under Poch? The Champions League final? Yeah. Why did we hire a winning manager and we didn't even win the cup? We hired freaking Jose because we were in the Champions League. But for this one that we tasted success. We hire someone that has never tasted success in their life. That's my biggest problem, number 1. And number 2, you say the performance of Frank. And then you say
I never wanted Frank. I never wanted him in the first
so he's not good enough. There you go. And then you say the performance are up and down from the players. Well, if you look at Brentford's last year, like Brentford in general in their history, under Frank, it's always been win, lose, draw, win, lose, draw.
That's why I never wanted him, Dietrich.
So as much as we want to criticize the players, for me, there's no way that, for example, Sunderland have a better squad than us. That I will never agree with that. And are above us and playing the best football in the Premier League this year. And they look defensively solid. They look better than us forward.
They're not. They're playing very counter-attacking football.
Yeah, but look, it's entertaining to watch. It is.
Sitting back and countering, and that's entertaining.
Yeah,
Spurs fans will hate that, just like they did under Jose Mourinho, just like they did under Conte.
No, Conte. No, that's not true.
I never wanted Conte.
No, because Conte.
That is true, Dietrich. The fans are moaning right now. You think they're going to stand for counter-attacking football?
Mate, we're not even playing counter-attacking football right now. It's not even counter-attack. I don't even know what it is.
It's not fucking football what we are doing right now. Like,
it's not even football.
The fucking goal.
Yeah, we're not playing football.
For me, like it's like my people culture.
How do we?
Hang on.
How do we expect?
Let one go after another.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? Like I know everyone, most people on this panel and most fans want Xavi Hernandez as the manager, right? That's who I really wanted as well.
I don't.
No.
That wouldn't work.
But this is what I'm saying. Like people who want Xavi Hernandez, he'll come into this squad and look at this and he'll throw up. He'll go on the training ground. He'll throw up how physically sick he is seeing the shit that we have in this squad. Like he'll physically throw up. Like that's how bad it is.
Me, I have this one rule: if you play Archie Graham, the manager out.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can you imagine Xavi seeing the grace of Richarlison? I don't know what you're talking about, Dan.
I can imagine like Xavi comes in, 8 midfielders are injured, right? Archie Gray is the only fit one. He plays Archie Gray. Fuck Xavi, out. Get the fuck out.
Right. So anyway, go on. Still fresh to see you, mate. How you doing, mate? Put your point down. As you do.
Yeah, good man. How are you? You all right? Everyone all right?
Same Spurs, different day again. That's what we're back to.
Okay, why is your forehead so shiny? That's the question.
Why is your camera never on, you ugly piece of shit? Show us your face, pretty boy.
Because it'd end up with camera identity, and next thing you know, he get his door kicked off and arrested.
I've seen it.
Mate,
I'm not going to say it.
It was Dietrich's. God, still.
He's making bombs in the background. That's why I can't show it.
Go on.
As if I care. As if I care.
Oh no.
Look,
Fair play still. Fair play.
Dietrich, you bitch.
I've seen enough to know
Fuck you, Danny.
that Thomas Frank is not the guy for us. He's not. And if you want someone that's going to get us back to kind of that Martin Joel level, top 6, 5th, maybe a bit of Redknapp, gets top 4, maybe gets to a semi-final cup, then yeah, chuck £400-500 million at Frank, let him build a team and he'll do that. But if you want to get back to those Poch levels where you're actually genuinely in a title race with 3 games to go, if you're actually getting to a Champions League final, Frank ain't that guy, man. He's not going to do it. So it depends what Spurs fans want. But if I go back,
based on what? Based on what?
Okay, based on number 1, he's got no experience at winning anything. If you look at all the previous winners at Tottenham Hotspur,
Neither did Poch.
Neither did Poch.
If you look at all the previous winners at Tottenham Hotspur, which means not Poch, so why you both just shouted that out, it makes no sense. If you look at all the previous winners at Tottenham Hotspur, 1991, FA Cup, Terry Venables. Terry Venables won the Liga and the Spanish Cup with Barcelona before he came to Tottenham. 1999, George Graham won the League Cup with Spurs. He'd won everything at Arsenal. 2008, Juan de Ramos won multiple European trophies with Seville, came to Tottenham. Ange Postecoglou, hate him as much as you like, call him everything you want. He'd won trophies before he came to Tottenham. In the last 40 years, every trophy we've won has been won by a winner. So what we should have done is to fully back Mourinho and let him have that cup final, to fully back Conte because he wins everywhere he goes. But what we do is we back the losers and not the winners. So now people are going to sell to me, oh, Frank's the guy. Based on what? He's won nothing. 13 years he's been a manager. He hasn't achieved anything in terms of success. That's the first thing. The second thing is you can't turn a manager into a different type of manager just because they've come to a different club. Managers take their identity and their philosophy wherever they go. They might tweak it here and there, but Sean Dyche is always going to be Sean Dyche. Poch is always going to be Poch. Pep's always going to be Pep. Klopp's going to be Klopp. Frank's going to be Frank. And Frank's game will not survive at this club because as fans, we're not going to embrace it. I know what our fan base is like. They want a balanced manager that's on the front foot, really attacking, controls the game of football, excites the fans, but isn't a lunatic in defence like what Ange was. Ange was just kamikaze defending, right? So Poch's style of football is what the fans want, but they want Poch to win trophies, which he never did. Frank's not that guy for me. There's 3 red flags, guys. There's 3 red flags, which I looked at. By the way, I don't think Frank's shit. I don't think he's a crap manager. I'm not one of those that says Frank's your shit. I just let me finish this one point and then go for it, Maz. There's 3 red flags. What I want is not what most Spurs fans want. I think most Spurs fans want an experience, a day out, to be entertained, for us to win quite a few games. I couldn't give a shit. I want trophies. I want to be in Bilbao again, celebrating a stinky 1-0, cussing all the Man United fans outside the stadium, watching them all cry and shouting at their faces, "It's only Tottenham, lads! It's only Tottenham!" I loved it. Being at the parade, taking over North London, sticking 2 fingers up to the Arsenal fans. Where's your parade? North London is that. That's what I want. And there's 3 red flags. I don't care who you are, what fan you are, what pundit you are. No one's going to tell me with 5 minutes to go in a Super Cup final, 2-0 up, that Conte Mourinho don't win that game. No one's going to tell me they don't lock that down.
Still, you just contradicted yourself.
They would have brought on every defender we had. They would have brought on every defender we had. They would have shut shop, and they would have been telling their players, go down, fake an injury, shithouse it. They would have got us over the line, is what I'm saying. The second red flag, I've never seen a manager in my life, any manager, be such a coward in a derby against Arsenal and Chelsea. It was the most negative of negative performances I've seen from any manager. Ange, Nuno, Santini. You know, Christian Gross and Santini had better results in the North London derby than what Frank did. And they had the worst Tottenham teams I've seen in history. And the final red flag was against Nottingham Forest. This is where I said, that's it, man. Keep him, sack him, I don't give a shit. You're 2-0 down. You're 2-0 down with 30 minutes to go. You need to score. You need to get goals. And you decide to bring on a defensive mid and fucking Ben Davies. Are you taking the piss out of us as fans?
That was terrible.
It was.
I agree.
It wasn't terrible. It was sabotage. And he waits until there's 10 minutes left, right?
To bring the attack on.
And he brings on Brennan Johnson, right? If you're Brennan Johnson, by the way, I don't rate him as a footballer. As a goal scorer, there's something about him. If you're Brennan Johnson, you're looking at the manager and you're thinking, mate, I was the top goal scorer at this club last season, and you bring me on now with 10 minutes to go, and the manager's telling him, go on. I would have turned and said, go on what? What do you want me to do now? Mate, that was the final red flag for me. That Ben Davies coming on, I was done. Absolutely done. So
You know,
look, I don't rate Frank.
these players.
I think he's good at a level, but not what we want.
Well, no, Danny, quickly.
Can I
just quickly.
Just based on what he just said, right? I want to ask 2 questions. Firstly, what do you expect with the players? And 2, who do you think can change this then? What manager would you want right now who's realistic, who's available, who we can get to come and change all of this? Because I don't see who can change any of this.
First of all, nothing will ever change. Nothing will ever change whilst Enoch are the owners of this football club, which is why Tottenham Away, the only channel on YouTube from day one that was banging that drum. It's called Spurs Corner now. You're being the only channel that always let the only channel that always let Dietrich's Kane on when others didn't want him on. The only channel that let you on all the time, right? The point is, we were the only ones consistently banging that drum. That's why we started the channel. And all the other channels where they were saying protests don't work, why are you turning on Levy, cussing out the protests, cussing us lot, who are now saying, oh, but what do you want Frank to do unless they back him? And so now you will want to get on board with what Tottenham Away said, Danny, this was going to happen. Maz, Iggy, me, JP, we said for years.
So I've been saying the same as well for years. I don't know, yes. But there's a lot that were against it. And even to this day, the job's not done. Yeah, Levy's gone. Enoch is still there. I don't think Enoch have got a plan. I don't think Enoch going to change. My opinion. Go on, man.
Let me come in. I think you're being too soft, right? Only this summer, right?
Too soft?
Yeah. Right. Only this summer, there was YouTubers saying, "Oh, Levy, what you got to say about Levy now?"
Maz, your mic can barely.
Let me give me a second.
Jump back in.
Can I just say quickly, just ask a question?
Let me go to Mike. He's been asked.
No, it's going to be 1 second because I have to leave.
I'm just listening.
No, stop. Okay. Just a quick question. It's not to attack you personally. You said that you want like those feelings of Bilbao, like winning trophies and all those feelings. But why do I hear you every time say let's bring Poch back? Does never won a trophy just like Frank?
Because Pochettino, right, is the only manager that
does never won.
No, let me finish what I'm saying. Otherwise, don't ask me questions. We are not going to attract a winner to this club again because our fan base told Conte to go fuck himself when Conte was telling Levy to fuck himself. Our fans had a choice: back Conte or turn on Levy. Our fans turned on Conte. Well, then you need to swallow this shit up now, fans. You need to swallow this up because he was elite and he told us there's problems here. They're scared to play under pressure. They're not ambitious. 1 trophy in 20 years. Why? He told us, and we as fans said, get the fuck out of it. Really? Well, then you need to own this shit now because Conte said this was going to happen. Change the manager. Nothing changes here. He was right. So we're not going to attract. We're not going to attract Conte, Mourinho, or any of these top managers again.
We ain't going to get a serial winner in there. Why would they, basically, in that aspect? But we can get better, maybe. Right, Ben just wants to say goodbye.
Yeah,
so go on,
just going to say goodbye. Thanks for having me on, Dan, boys. It was a pleasure. Take care. I'll speak to you all very soon.
Thank you, Benji.
See you later. Right, go on with what you were saying.
Then I'll be right back.
I just want to finish this. So we're not going to attract another winner at this club again. Even Glasner, who we apparently tried to go for, mate. When I came on, there was 9 people. Everyone's just fucking. I've cleaned out the room, man. I've cleaned it out. Even Glasner turned around to us and said he didn't want to come to Spurs. So we, as a club, have sent the message out to the world: don't come here if you're top. If you're elite, don't come near us. So we've then got to look at the next best thing. And the next best thing might be a Xavi Hernandez. It might be a De Zerbi, maybe. But the reason I said bring back Poch, because I think if it was down to me, guys, if it was down to me, I'd fucking break the bank and go and get Jurgen Klopp and do whatever it takes. Kiss his ass, give him a brand new Ferrari. That's what I would do, but that's not going to happen. So I don't think we're going to get better than a Pochettino who knows the club, understands the fans, knows how we want to play, and he's got unfinished business. And I think he genuinely in his heart would come here so determined to do it. Now, whether he does it or not, I don't know, because it's not proven. But I don't think we can get better than that, guys, now. I don't think we are, as a club, are going to attract better than that because of the damage ENIC have done for 25 years. So that's why I said it.
This is why I said after Ange Postecoglou, I didn't give a shit who the manager is. Like, I'll back the manager, whoever the manager is, to the point where you can't really back him anymore. But I've genuinely, my opinion is, until I see this board change their ways, I don't care who the manager is. I've been saying this for years. You know that still, right? And I think quite a lot of us have been saying it for years, to be honest with you. Like, for me, it doesn't...
That's not true. By the way, this is Jimmy Hotspur. That's fake, what you just said. Venables won 2 trophies with Barcelona before Tottenham. George Graham won everything at Arsenal before he came to Tottenham, and Ramos won trophies with Seville. What you've said is hold on.
And Ange won as well. Ange won.
Ange won, yeah.
It is, even though I don't really count.
So is he agreeing with me, or is he agreeing with me, or not? I've read this. I might have read this wrong. I do that often.
I don't know. It's the so bit.
Trophy winners.
So Venables.
He's saying they weren't trophy winners. Yeah, he's saying they weren't trophy winners.
I think you need to. That's not true.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, much
it's
better
now.
Right.
But
okay,
yeah,
fine.
like I was saying, I can't like.
Oh, I think he's agreeing with me. Sorry, guys. I think he's agreeing with me. Apologies, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's agreeing with me. So I read it wrong.
This is why I was saying that, like, for me with Frank, like, obviously a lot of us can't really see what he's trying to implement, and I think the biggest sign we can all see is very visible is that the players don't really respect him, and it's very hard to change that if the players don't respect him. Now, regardless of the fact that I can't stand these players, and I think they should respect anyone because they're fucking useless players, right? In my opinion. But at the end of the day, it's going to take time to get rid of those players, and we can't do it all in one summer. So you have to have a manager who you can see a vision with and a plan with. But again, it does go back to what are the board going to do? Now, we don't have Daniel Levy for the first time going into a transfer window, so it remains to be seen what we're actually going to do. Now, they've said
what the intentions are in it. Then we don't really, we don't really know whether ENIC are going to change or not until the end of next summer, basically.
Well, this is exactly why, Dan, I'm quite calm with it, because I'm like sitting here with I'm sitting here in a way of just to see what happens, because it doesn't really matter. Like, if Frank is there, look, they've got to back him if he's there. If that's their man, that they've got to give him what he needs, because in the summertime they clearly didn't give him what he needs, because he bloody said it, right? He literally said they're not aligned with what he wants. So you're already starting to see, right, is this ENIC that we've known for 25 years, or is this a different ENIC that's going to be changing? So if it's the same ENIC, why do I expect any manager to come in here and change anything? I don't care who the manager is. No one's changing anything.
The football can be better, though, Danny. The football can be better.
Yeah, when you get better players.
Yeah.
With these current players, we can play better football.
No,
speaking of Daniel Levy, by the way,
I think we can.
Yeah,
we
can. Speaking of Daniel Levy,
we can't, Stel, because you said it yourself. We cannot play in multiple competitions with these players. Because
but the football can be better.
Yeah, but it's the size of the squad as well, and the football can be better.
Yeah, but how can the football be better with the
Thomas Frank has destroyed our fullbacks. He's wrecked the fullbacks. He's turned Porro into mush. He's made Jed Spence bang average. They're better than that. I'm sorry, Porro and Spence are better than what I'm seeing.
this notion that we can't compete in multiple competitions, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it.
We can't. What are you talking about?
No, listen, right? Yes, right. Our squad historically has never been the strongest, but that doesn't mean that we can't progress. I mean, Redknapp done all right with the size of squad that he had.
But guys, define competing, by the way. Define what you mean by compete, right?
This is where I depart a little bit from Stel. I don't think Frank can get us 6th, 5th, or 4th.
Neither do I.
Right. And it's not because of the players. I just think because he's not a very good manager.
Right? Frank can't. I agree.
Yeah,
The squad can. Though.
But I think the players are capable of doing it because they've done it in the past, right? And he's been allowed to
play one game a week. This is exactly what Stel said. Like, he's been banging on about this point for months and months.
No, what yous are doing here, I think used to I won't say argue, but used to a disputing 2 different points here. Yeah, the capability of the players, if you put the first 11 there, you would say is
Dan.
there. But the size, the size of the. If you let me finish, Dan. But the size of the team, it just hasn't got the capability to do 4 competitions. It's barely got the capability of holding 2.
I agree with that.
I think it's a misunderstanding in the debate as such.
But if you're just concentrating, let's say, on Champions League, right? Then I expect that the size of the squad to be able to do that. You know, I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation, right? Okay, Danny, you're saying no, right? You're saying no. That means that it's a no for any other manager in the past. That it's a no also, right? That's what you're saying.
Maz, for the last 10 years, we've been short on players all the time, right? We've never had a good enough squad ever. We've had periods where we've had a good first 11, but never a good bench.
So now it's the players' fault, but it wasn't the players' fault in the past.
Right, Maz. Do you want me to bring up, right, the players that we've got available for Frank to choose from the beginning?
No, don't change the thing. Just answer the question I asked.
Because you're trying to say to me that the players that we've got available for this season, we can compete. We can manage both competitions.
Yeah, with a better manager, we can. Yeah.
Right. So shall I read out that list of players? Do you want me to read it out?
No, it's no point. It's pointless because we all know what the players are. I'm applying. You're being hypocritical, right? Because you're just applying this new craze that you've gone into now, where you weren't applying that in the past. Like, I never heard you saying Jose can't go into Europe because the players he's got, and we've got a big enough squad. I never heard you saying during Poch's era. I never heard you during Poch's era saying, "Oh, look, we can't go in Europe because of the size of the squad."
Jose had Son and Kane.
Doesn't matter. The point is,
they were the 2 best strikers in Europe.
We never always had Son and Kane.
Hang on a sec, Maz. But his defense was absolute. But his defense was shit, and we're conceding more goals and worse in defense. With a very good team, in my opinion, than we did under Ange, than we did under Conte.
It's so funny the way that we're acting. It's so funny the way that we're acting that all of a sudden that we've only ever had Son and Kane, right? We've had other players before that, before they were there, and we've been in Europe and we've done all right, right? Now, I'm of the opinion that we can go, let's say, 7th, 5th, 6th, right? Get to that level and then build upon it. I don't believe that we can go from 10th to challenging for the league all in one swoop. I think we need to go back to what we were and then build upon that.
So
right?
That's why I asked define competing, right? Define what competing means for you, right? Because if competing for the Champions League means trying to win it, then fuck no, we are not capable of competing.
We should try to win every game. So when I say compete, I expect my team, regardless of their quality, to try have an intent to win the game. Yeah.
Right? Okay. So if Frank gets to a quarterfinal of the Champions League, right, and loses to Inter Milan in the quarterfinal,
I'll tell you what Frank would do. Right? He'll go against Inter Milan and do the same shit he done against Chelsea and Arsenal.
Yeah, no. I'm just like fuck Frank, right? Any other manager getting to a quarterfinal of Champions League, right, and just losing to a better team. Is it competing, right? Because like that
I get that. Look, ultimately, but Michael,
let Mike finish his point. Let Mike finish. He's trying to get a whole point across here.
Yeah, yeah. So for me, right, I think we are capable of competing in the Champions League and Premier League if competing for you is getting like to a European spot and advancing through playoffs, right? Then we are capable of competing. If competing for you is challenging for a title and winning the Champions League, then fuck no, we are not, and we will probably not never be, but not in the any like close future, right?
Michael.
Wait, I really want to ask that one question, right? Because that's been on my mind, and this is partially what I tried to like say before. Like two-part question, right? If Frank gets 3 world-class players, right, what position does he end up in, right? And if Frank gets sacked, a new manager is appointed and gets this exact same squad, what position does he finish, right? Because this way I want to like visualize like the problem is twofold, right? It's not the players, it's not the manager, right? It's both. For me, if we get Xavi Hernandez and he doesn't get any new players, he finishes like 8th, maybe
worse,
8th, 9th at best, right? Frank
that's basically where we are.
No, wait. Frank with 3 world-class players finishes like what? 8th again, right? But Xavi with new players, in my opinion, finishes like top 6.
Michael. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. Right? We do. Michael.
The question after.
Yeah. Right. Michael. Right. I don't know what Frank would do with 3 world-class players. I wish that any of our previous managers had that opportunity to bring in 3 world-class players to see what would happen. Right? I don't know. Right? I would like to think, right, that Frank is a good enough manager that if he had 3 world-class players, that he may get us a trophy, FA Cup, Carling Cup, something like that. Right? A bit like what Eddie Howe has done. Now, the problem I've got with these questions about you've heard us discuss on Tottenham Away many times about ambition. What does ambition mean? What we should do and competing and stuff like that. What for me, it's about intent, right? When your team goes out on the pitch, whether they're good or bad, like Martin Jol's team, I think was a prime example of this, right? Whether they were good or bad, they always went out there and gave it a go. Right, and if we lost, we lost, right, and we came close a couple of times, to doing something good with him.
Yeah,
but now taking that next step, right, and actually winning and when I say competing, challenging for those top honours, whether it's a league, whether it's a Champions League, whether it's FA Cup, etc., that is more of a which manager do you have and how much you back him. Right? There's no point throwing those questions out saying, what does competing mean to you? Because for me, it would regress so far back, right, with the board, the playing squad, the manager, there is no point even thinking about that stuff. We need to get back to what we were good at first, which is what Daniel Levy did manage to achieve in the past, challenging for the top 6 consistently. Then we can worry about bringing in a Conte-like manager or a Jose or a potential manager like Pochettino to help us take that next step. But what's the point of deliberating that? We're so far away from that.
The reason why I asked about like defining what does competing mean is because I think you and Danny are kind of like discussing a point, but your definitions, for me at least, felt different, right? And which is why I think you had the argument, right? Because I think what Danny, and Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, right? I think Danny meant by competing on all 4 fronts means trying to win those 4 competitions.
No, I know Danny's positions, right? Because we've been streaming for the last 5-6 years, right? I know his positions. What I've got a problem with is what lots of other YouTubers are doing now is they're applying different standards in this scenario now than what they've done in the past. Now everyone's saying this squad, these players can't do these things. Well, we weren't saying these same things for the last 20 years for certain managers.
Yeah, right? I agree, by the way. I think we can compete in all 4 fronts, right? But I don't think we are capable of winning any of them, right?
Yeah, fine, but that's a very specific discussion whether you can win something, right? And I don't think we're having that discussion now, right? For us to win cups, let's put aside Ange's victory. Is I agree with Danny. You need much better quality players, right? I agree with Danny on that. I've never rated this squad of players as good. I've always said they're all crap, right? But I'm judging that versus Poch, Redknapp, even Yol standards. That's what I'm judging it by, right? But I do believe that with good managers, you can be top 6.
Okay.
Right. Can I just...
Hang on. The point I want to get to here, because I've got 20 minutes and I've got to go bloody dentists. Oh. Don't look forward to it. But no, I have to do it. I have to do it every month. I have to get a bloody mouth guard sorted out for when I sleep. And yeah, try having a load of clay shoved in your mouth and that to try and shape your teeth. It don't taste nice. But then it'll probably taste better than talking about fucking Spurs all the time. Right. The point I want to get to, what the fuck do we do then? Where do we go? Do we stick with Frank?
Change the manager.
Hang on. Do we stick with Frank, ride it till the end of the season, and then just leave out January basically because we don't want to go and spend 100 million on this manager?
This is the worst fucking thing we can do.
Do we club buy? Do we do what? What do we do? Mike, come to you first, mate. What the fuck do we do?
We have to buy fucking
in your
players
opinion
in January. No matter if Frank is here or not, we have to fucking buy players, right? Because like the worst thing we can do, because this team is already average, let's call it that way, right? And Frank is doing a shit job. So if you just leave him out to dry and just give him like a one loan signing or whatever, then he's just going to do shit, right? So no matter if you trust Frank or not, you need to buy players, right? Like there are players out there that are universally good. So no matter if Frank is here or not, they will do well, right? Like Palhinha, for me, no matter if you play a double pivot or if you play 3 man in the midfield or play fucking a lone 6, whatever, I think he is good enough to be of use to any manager, right? So bring in players like this, no matter if Frank is here or not. And by the way, like Stel, I think you wanted to ask me a question that I think it kind of correlates to the topic we have right now, right? Because I was saying about like changing the manager but not giving him new players and like changing players.
Yeah, the question I wanted to ask you is when I hear fans defending Frank or giving reasons or excuses, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
For me, okay, we had Ange. By the way, this isn't about bringing Ange back. Okay, Ange is gone. He's not come back. But I'm going to reference it because everyone wanted him out for this reason. Ange's defensive record was awful last season. Okay, bear in mind that he spent a significant part of that season with Dragusin, Ben Davies, and Archie Gray in defence, and Ben Forster in goal as well.
Yeah,
partly down to Ange's own fault. He caused the injuries.
I was about to say
that. But the point being, with that dog shit defence, we are now conceding more with all the defenders fit and a good number 6 signed in Palhinha and playing more defensive football. So we shouldn't be getting done over the top. Yeah. How can anyone defend Frank when that is happening?
I haven't defended Frank for a second, right? Like I said, he's doing a shit job. If he gets sacked, I don't mind. So
but the reason okay, so the point I'm making here is surely another manager stops that from happening.
Yeah, this is games. So
what do you mean, Danny, for a few games? Okay, can I one second. When Ange Postecoglou had no number 6, but he had Romero, he had Van der Ven, Porro, and Adogi, or whether it was Spence. When he had those players, go look at his win rate and go look at the number of goals we conceded. It was actually quite good. So Frank, I think, with the same resources, is doing worse, Danny.
Okay, but we conceded less goals, but we still lost, though. We still lost the games.
Danny, hold on a minute. No. When they were all fit, we didn't lose a lot of games. We didn't.
Okay, so wait, Danny. So let me answer, right? Let me like visualize it. Like Frank without any new players, 12th or 13th, right? Frank with new players, 8th. New manager without new players, 8th. New manager, new players, 6th. That's how I look at it, right? So,
no,
Fair point.
but a new manager plays different with these players.
yeah,
Michael, you've got
I
to play
can't
to the
believe we're
strengths
talking
of,
about these
until
players.
because you don't
yeah,
like the
this
answers.
is my point. Still, this is my point. I said new manager with same players, 5 places better than Frank, right? This is my point. I think a new manager can do better with those players, right?
100%.
Yes, I'm saying
for
that,
no
right? But
reason.
I don't think new manager with those same players without any new signings, that's better than 8th.
Exactly, doesn't. It's the same thing.
I think
With this fucking forward line, Richarlison, fucking Brennan Johnson.
Can I read out?
hell.
Can I read, honestly, can I read out this
hold on,
forward line?
Brennan Johnson scored 19 goals in a
I
different
know,
system.
I know he's
Oh,
still
no,
fucking
bollocks,
young.
bollocks. Yeah,
come
no,
on,
still,
man.
no,
It's a fact.
Brennan
It's a
Johnson.
fact.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
still,
but I
numbers don't
agree.
lie.
He's young.
hang on, Mike. Still,
He's
I will
the
give you a
The
fact
numbers
as
don't
well.
lie. The
No,
numbers
they
don't lie.
do lie. They do lie, and I will.
No,
now
they don't
prove
lie.
them wrong.
They did
Well,
Solanke
I'm going to
for like
prove them
18.
wrong. I'm going to prove
The
them
ball
wrong.
went in the back
Hang
of
on
the
a
net.
second. Hang on.
Forward in the back
What
of the
happened
net.
with Johnson?
Brennan
What happened with Johnson is he scored 19 goals, and if you add it up, it was only 3 or 4 of his actual goals that actually led to either point or getting something. The rest of his goals, we were already 3-0 up.
Who cares when he scared? He got goals. That's what I'm saying. Who
Yeah,
cares?
we
doesn't
were
make a
already
difference.
3-0 up. When did he score?
Wait,
when it
wait,
mattered?
wait. By this
Mate,
logic,
goals
you
are
should.
goals.
No, by this logic, you cannot criticize Richarlison because he scores goals too. By that logic,
Yeah,
Charlison's
true.
never scored more than 12 goals in a season.
it doesn't
Well,
matter.
but
He's our top scorer this season. He's our top scorer.
Listen,
He's
Brennan
basically
Johnson is
Himself, you like
shit.
Richarlison as well
Guys,
as much as
yeah.
you like Brennan Johnson.
Brennan Johnson is shit.
Then he's a
Brennan Johnson. No, hold on. No, I'm balanced. Brennan Johnson is shit. He's not a good footballer. When I see him on the wing, I hate it. When I see Frank play him on the wing, I hate it. When Ange played him on the wing, I hate it. But as a player that can pop up at the right time in the box in certain passages of play, he scores goals. Because we don't play that way, we've killed him. What Redknapp did, and why Redknapp was so good at Tottenham, he'd look at the players and say, right, what's your best position? I'm going to play you there. What's the strength? What's the strength of 1 minute? What's the strength for the team? I'm not going to play my philosophy. I'm going to play to your strength as a team.
Okay.
What Frank's doing is
Solanke scored 16 last season.
Hold on. Right,
Yeah, like,
Michael,
we
can I
can-
just say
we
one
can-
thing? Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
You just said Redknapp, right? Redknapp
Yeah.
had Gareth Bale, Van der Vaart, Sandro, Aaron Lennon, Adebayor. These are fucking class players still. Look who we got now. Are you serious?
Danny,
Are you
you
seriously
missed the
compare?
point. Danny, you've
You're going to
missed the
seriously
point.
compare Luka
No.
Modric and Van
The
der Vaart?
same team finished
So
fifth
we
under
got-
Ange. We finished
Who
fifth
we
under
got?
Ange, mate.
You're
We finished
saying-
fifth
you're
under
saying-
Ange.
you're
What are
saying,
you
Sel,
talking about?
So
The
you're
players are
saying,
shit. The players are shit. Why they finish
Redknapp,
fifth?
you're saying Redknapp made the most of the players he's got. Well, he had bloody
Yes,
world-class players.
Yes, Ange made the most of them, which
Who-
is why we
who's
finished
that
fifth.
got?
Ange finished fifth, Danny. Stop denying it. We finished fifth. How?
It's
How
when
did
we've
he
had
do it?
one game a week still. When we had
How
one
did
game
he
a
do
week.
it? Fine, but
One
he did
game
it.
a week.
But he did
Because
it.
these
So it's not about the players.
Players
God,
cannot
all
play
right,
2 games a week.
Chill the fuck
Listen,
out.
listen,
hang on a
listen.
sec still. Hang on. The way you two going at each other, you'd think someone's fucked someone's brother, for fuck's sake. Chill out.
This is how fucking Greeks talk, man.
What's that? After doing it, what's that? After doing each other's brothers. Nice.
This is how Italians.
I'm sorry, mate. It was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Go on.
On a
go
common note, Dan,
Adam and Beatrix. More like.
look, Dan, on a common note,
Oh, then he loves
listen,
touching dogs.
on a common note, you can admit that these players aren't good as a whole. You can say, look, they're not good to be challenging for top 4, winning trophies, but you can also say they're better than what we're seeing under Frank. Those two things can both be true.
Personally, Sel,
I'm saying that.
personally,
I know, but he's not. He's fucking not,
personally-
Mike. You are.
personally,
He's not.
I am saying they are not. That's what I am saying. My opinion is,
That's
I
why I
think
disagree
these
with you.
players are
No.
fucking dog shit. I
disagree with
think about 17 of these players need to be sold. I think they're so poor, and they've
Danny,
been so poor for
we've
years.
got a starting 9 or 10 that are good enough to be in
No,
challenging.
not 9 or 10.
Spence, Porro, Van der Ven, Romero, Paulinho,
Porro.
Bergvall, Moani, Kudus, these players.
Toro,
Simmons, they are
the
good
player
enough.
that everyone complains about still, that is one of the worst
I
defensive.
don't care what those fans say. I don't listen to fans, Danny.
You know what's happened here, don't you? Right? You've fallen into the same thing, right? You were so adamant. You're so adamant, right, that the players are bad, right? That you can't take any other point other than default that the players are bad. You actually sound like Scott M, who actually has no point on anything apart from.
So bad. What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
Danny, cancel the fucking dentist appointment.
Danny M.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
But
hang on.
I want
hang
Maz to
on,
explain
hang
to
on,
me
Dan,
what
hang
is
on
he
a
seeing
sec.
from these
Dan,
players
I'll come
that
straight to you,
proves
Dan. Hang on a
otherwise.
sec. Right. Is anyone in a rush?
No.
No. Okay. Fuck the dentist then. I'll just carry on.
Guys, super chats for that. Deserve super chat. At least fucking one.
Yeah, put in super chat.
Someone needs to clip that. You've become like fucking Scott.
Fuck the dentist.
Wait, was it 208? Okay, I'll just clip it. 208.
Anyway, Dan, go on, mate.
I don't see these players being better than a mid-table team. So I don't understand where people are coming from.
Why change the manager then? Why change the manager then?
Mate, I think Frank's overachieving with what he's got. I think these players are dreadful.
Yeah, but Danny, my question is, why change the manager then?
Why change a manager? Nothing's going to change still. I told you, nothing. This
No, my question is, why did we change the manager? If the players are the problem, why did we change the manager then? That's what I'm asking the question.
Because
from Ange to Frank, or
yeah, because the club probably felt that they need to go in a different direction, right? Because look at how bad we were in the league with Ange. We lost 22 games last season.
We're bad now.
Premier League history.
But we're bad now.
Yeah, but the season's not finished still, is it?
But these players aren't good enough to do better, you said.
No, your expectation. No, you're not listening. Your expectation is that this club should be finishing higher than where we are right now. I don't think that.
Absolutely.
I think we are a mid-table team, and with you look at our players that we've got right now and what we had last season, there is about 9 teams that have got better attacks and better midfielders than us. Even Nottingham Forest, all 4 of their midfielders, I will take in a heartbeat over what we've got right now. Sangare, Morgan Gibbs-White, Ed Anderson, and Douglas Luiz, all better than what we've got in midfield. So how can you sit there and tell me that this midfield of Sarr, Bergvall, Archie Gray, Bentancur are better than what the other teams we're competing against? How?
You picked the 3 worst midfielders we've got.
All the midfielders
Xavi Simmons,
Paulinho, he's an attacker. I'm talking about central midfielders. Central midfielder.
So the reason, okay, so Danny, so what you're saying now then, no, your argument's changed, just so I can understand. So what you're saying now is, the reason we're so bad is because of one position, the 8. That's it.
Go tomorrow.
And our attackers still. Odebear, Tell, Richarlison. We've got Solanke who's injured.
Richarlison's the 4th top goal scorer in the Premier League.
And
Kudus is one of the best statistical. Yeah, but hold on, we're talking about goals, right? I defended Johnson for scoring goals. We've got a guy that scored 19 goals last season sitting on the bench. Richarlison's a 4th top goal scorer. Mohamed Kudus, statistically, is the best wide player in the league, right? These aren't crap that we should be.
Richarlison is crap. You just said it yourself. And Richarlison will not
as a
score more.
Footballer, as a goal scorer, he's the 4th top.
How many goals has Richarlison scored so far this season? 5 goals? 4 goals?
6 in the league.
Right. Do you believe he's going to score another 6 goals in this calendar season?
Yes.
By the end of the year.
Yes.
So you think what? Do you think he'll beat his record of 13 goals in a year in his whole entire career?
If he starts
actually
every league game,
that's 12, right?
So is that good for a Premier League striker still? If he doesn't
not good, but
beat
it's not
13 goals,
shit. But Danny, the point is, it's not shit.
Okay, so for a mid-table team still, that is perfect. I'm happy with that.
No,
right?
no,
I'm
not a mid-table
But for a team where
We're
you
not
are
a
saying
mid-table
you want to be
team.
7th and 6th, that is not good enough.
I never said that. I never said that's what I want.
So what do you want as a Spurs fan still? Why do you think?
To win the league.
Why do you think these players can achieve more based on the last 24, 28 months of what we've seen from these players?
Because when we had a fully fit squad without all the injuries, and Ange caused most of those injuries, right? Ange caused most of the injuries.
Yeah.
But when those players were fit, go look at the record. We were actually quite good. We were.
Right. Now
when you then factor in all the injuries, it fell apart. So
okay, but what season are you talking about? Ange's first season or second season?
Both. When the squad was fit, we were good.
So how can we compare 2 seasons rather than 4 months?
Danny, don't act like you never went on Sava's show last year, as we all did, right? When he was bringing up, right, the teams and going through the players, and we were saying Ange out and we can do much better. Now all of a sudden, everyone's gutter. This is the hypocrisy. This is why we're arguing with you.
Everyone said all we need is a coach.
No,
if we just get a
all
coach,
we need is a coach.
All we need is a coach. That's what everyone said.
Without using context, right? You've got to use context, right? With Ange, I never wanted him sacked last season, right? I said I was with Stel. I would rather have seen him be given a chance than see Frank come in. For me, it was a sideward step. It was not an improvement, right?
I agree with that. I think it's a sideward step. I agree with that.
It's a sideward step. It was never.
Okay. So let me understand this then. So you're all right with the shit squad under Ange, but you're not all right with the shit squad under Frank.
Right, Ange needed more players. He needed more players. What are you talking about?
No, but
any manager who comes into this
we brought in Danzo, Tell, Kudus, Moani, Paulinho, Xavi.
Yeah, who brought?
Well, yeah, you're right with Ange bringing him last year, aren't you? By what you just said.
Frank brought those in, yeah.
This season, I'm talking about. Yeah, he signed them. They're signed, aren't they?
Frank brought in quality. What were the 19 players that Ange brought in? Do you want to go through that list then, man?
Yeah, it's awful. I'm not defending his record. I'm just saying, judging by your logic, you were right with the squad under Ange, and you wanted to give him time, but now you're not all right with them.
Because we gave Ange 400 million over 2 years, and Frank's had 4 months and brought in 2 permanent signings.
That's a different argument. That's a different argument.
How can you compare? Well, how can you compare what the fuck Ange has done in 2 years to what Frank's done in 4 months?
Fans said. Danny, hold on a minute.
Fans have said. I get where he's coming from.
Fans said, listen, Sava was live every single week. Look at these stats that are being broken. Look how bad we are. Look how shit we are. And we were all agreeing. We were all agreeing, by the way. And the constant theme was a proper coach does better with this squad. A better coach does better. We need a coach. These players aren't being coached. No, but the criticism wasn't the players are shit. It was the coaches and coaching that we had.
Right.
Yeah.
But context is a big thing here. Okay?
What's the context here? Tell me what it is.
The context is the squad. You just said the key word here is squad, right?
Yes.
As a squad right now, who Frank has got available to choose from, he does not have a good enough squad. If you're talking about a full fit squad, which he has
never
not
had a full fit squad when everyone was cussing him.
Right. Okay. But he had better attackers than what we had last season, right?
Danny, who?
Oh my Son Heung-Min, Madison,
Son Heung-Min was on his way. 1 minute. Son Heung-Min was on his way down. Everyone was cussing him. He was getting racial abuse online.
So should we compare them?
Madison was injured half of the season.
Son Heung-Min or Odegaard? Stel, who do you have right now? Son Heung-Min or Odegaard?
Mohamed Kudus.
On the left wing.
No, you don't do that. Mohamed Kudus. You don't do that.
Exactly. He's just ignoring how good Kudus is.
Mohamed Kudus is not a left winger. You're too fucking stupid.
He's a winger. He's a winger, Danny.
He's a right winger. He plays on the right.
He's a winger, Danny. He can play left, right. He can play in the middle.
He doesn't play on the left, Stel. So get it. You have to be honest.
I am. We lost Son. We signed Kudus.
When is Kudus playing on the left of Spurs?
Then Dan, hang on a sec. Let me get a point over here then, yeah? That I think goes with a few things here, yeah? I'm just going to go by the way I'm seeing a lot of things at the moment. And I'm agreeing with what people are saying, especially to what I see on YouTube and everything else and all the other bollocks that goes on. Right. Ange had 2 years, yeah? Not good enough. Right. I ain't disputing that, yeah? But there's always a but to it when you're a Spurs supporter. But the thing I'm definitely seeing is that even by the time Ange, it was basically baked potato, mate, time to go, different opinions, there were still people saying, me being one of them, arguing left, right and centre, no, this team is better than what he's doing. Yes, 17th, pretty much it should be a lot better, yeah? But he's better than what he's doing. This is down to the manager. It's the manager's fucking tactics. It's the manager's this, manager's that. Right, for me, Frank has gone and sorted out one of our biggest problems and got a DM now. Got a significant upgrade on Johnson on the right. Moane, can we say he's better than anyone? No, we can't. Yes or not at the moment, but on paper, maybe. Simmons got a lot to be desired as yet. But now all of a sudden, I'm seeing a significant amount of people. It's not the manager. It's nothing to do with the manager. It's all down to the fucking players. The players are shit. It's gone from one side to another. Now, I'm like, you can blame everyone for this one. But Dan, I'm seeing a lot of, no. It's not Frank's fault. He needs time. He needs this. He needs that. I get that part. But it's not the play. It's down to the players purely. Well, come on. Hasn't it gone from a bit of a flip-flop then?
I know.
This is a better team. Bar Maddison starting. Bar Maddison starting. Who are we actually missing out on now? Kulusevski is arguable. Solanke, you can argue that.
Son was on his way out, man. He was done.
Son scored more goals and assists than Odegaard, Tell, Richarlison combined last season.
And so did Brennan Johnson. And he's on the bench.
You're going to just ignore the fact that one of our highest contributors in goals and assists, right? And we don't have that from anyone this season. You're going to just ignore that fact.
The same way you ignore that our top goal scorer sits on the bench every week. Yes. If you're going to ignore, I'm going to ignore. Yes.
Yeah, Brennan Johnson, because he fits into a system. So if Frank plays Brennan Johnson, is he going to do what he did last season still?
So therefore, Frank is failing the player for playing a way that doesn't suit the players that we've got that can score goals.
Because
that's what managers do.
He wants to build his own. He wants to build his own style and philosophy.
It doesn't work, Danny.
So basically,
what is his style and philosophy?
It's
shit dinosaur defensive football that where the players don't even try and give up, and then when you go 2-0 down, they don't want to fight and try and get it to draw.
How many times did you, Maz, and Stel last season say when Johnson was playing, it was like playing with 10 men, and you couldn't?
Yeah, I agree. But
he's goals. Just to prove a point in an argument. It doesn't make sense. Now you're flip-flopping.
No, I'm not flip-flopping. I don't want Johnson in the team. I don't want him in the team. But
so
just still done.
Use him to defend an argument then.
No, all I'm saying, no, because by your logic, you were happy with the squad last year, and now just because we lost Son, everything's gone shit. Yeah, because you wanted to keep Ange, so obviously you weren't happy with him.
No. See?
Yes.
Did I ever say I was fucking happy with the squad? Are you listening?
So why did you want to keep Ange then?
Listening?
He brought so the £400 million, the £400 million that he spent, right? Why would you then want to keep him with now this is a squad he's left us with?
Say that again, Maz.
With the £400 million he spent, why would you want to keep this squad and him there with judging by how we're in a predicament now?
Because he at least deserved a chance to see if they were going to give him quality players because he won a fucking trophy.
Well, from the manager who built this £400 million shit squad, you want to see if they give him quality players. And he brought in Werner twice and Tell.
Well, look what they're doing with Frank. They're giving him 2 quality players. And you're not.
They're giving him 4 quality players. They gave him 4 quality players.
You've signed 2 players.
Oh, you know what? This is bullshit. I heard all of you lot, right? Everyone was saying, right, how this is an unusual transfer window. We've never done this before, and all of that. And now you're giving me this shit, right? That all of a sudden is only 2, just because Sava said, oh no, he's only had 2 signings, and the other 2 were loans. When Sava was the biggest proponent of bringing in fucking Paulinho. And he was creaming himself, and he brought in fucking Mawani. Don't fucking lie.
Wait, another clip from Maz.
He's just doing like Ditch's just sitting in the backline. That's a clip. That's a clip.
To be fair to Maz, look, Danny, maybe not you per se, right? But to be fair, Maz is landing. Maz is spot on with this. All last year, right? All last year. Oh, Dan, you're gonna go to hell. Oh my lord!
Oh my god, I'm crying.
That's he lost it. He lost it.
I'm fucking crying.
Put your camera on so we can see, man. Do you know what? Though, listen. To be fair to Maz, he's spot on. Okay.
I'm working. I can't put my camera on.
It fucking sounds like it, mate. It sounds like it. The frustration's there.
all last season, guys. All last season, all we heard across all the channels is a better coach gets more out of these players. A better coach coaches them better. They're not being coached properly. We need a coach, right? We then bring in Frank. And what everyone was, and remember what everyone said pre-season when we got that win against Arsenal, when we drew in Newcastle? You see, we already look more structured, we're more organised. This is what a coach does. This is what coaching's about. And then the Super Cup game, the 3-0 win against Burnley, and the performance against Man City. Everyone then doubled down. The same people that said we need a coach. The problem is we haven't got a coach. That then got excited pre-season, coach. After Burnley, PSG, Man City. So many fans on YouTube were saying that's what a coach does. Lubo was one of the worst. Look at us, we're more structured, we're more defensive, we're resilient, we're harder to beat. This is what coaching looks like. So for 5 months, 9 months, 12 months, all we heard was coach, we got a coach, we need a coach, we got a coach. As soon as it goes wrong, attack the players. Mate, it's so fucking disingenuous, it's unreal. It's so funny still. Can I just say something? And Maz is right what he said, man. Maz hit the nail on the head with what he said. What we were told for 12 months and the last 3 months, 3 months ago, is completely different to where the narrative and the conversation shifted to. That's what's happened.
But it's funny still because you're one of the entrepreneurs of we can't keep blaming every single manager, but we can't blame every single manager every single time. This is literally your take for the last 5-6 years.
But I also said.
And now it's not the players now.
I never wanted Frank. Hold on, I never wanted Frank.
I know. Neither did I.
I got called flip floppy or Stelios Opios flip flop because I said keep Ange. I got the fuck cussed out of me because I said keep Ange.
Flip flop.
Mate, have you seen the fucking memes they made of me using ChatGPT? I got rinsed. Flip floppy, Stelios Telios shit.
Another clip.
Mate, right? And do you know what? The same fans who said we need a coach, we need Frank. The same fans that said that, when I said, but guys, surely Ange deserves to start the season. What I was told, and where everyone kind of came after me was, and if Ange doesn't change and he fucks up, we would have wasted 3 months and we would have missed out bringing in a good manager. Well, guess what, guys? We didn't bring in Ange. Tell me how those 3 months have worked out. How's it looking now?
It ain't looking pretty, is it?
It's awful, Dan.
One thing I have to say,
up by Fulham and Bodo Glimt and Wolves and Forest.
Steph, I agree in principle with what you said, right? But the fucking guile you had in the summer of just going against it, that's the reason why you were getting taken the piss out of, right?
Because that was a massive flip flop as well. It's the biggest one.
You went from 0 to 100, right? Because we were having streams on Tottenham away where you were fucking going tomato red,
crazy.
Right?
Crazy.
Saying Ange out and all that stuff, and then you just did like that. That's why you were.
I mean, still, you can't argue that, mate. You didn't exactly go from straight to buy. You went straight to right round the fucking roundabout.
It wasn't like a soft progression. It was
didn't want a bit of both sides, mate. Just round the roundabout to the other way.
We had a 3-minute intro.
Cricket.
We had a 3-minute intro on the channel about Ange. We had an intro, 3-minute video. But I did say though, guys, listen, look, I'll take it on the chin. But I did say in March on We Are Tottenham TV and Tottenham Way, I did say if he wins the Europa, he deserves to stay. But I said that not for 1 second thinking he would do it. So
So
You know what, though?
kudos to you to sticking to your guns, right? But like I was getting pissed off with you, right? Because it was like 5 against 1.
Mate, I got abused.
Everyone was
I
giving
got
you like,
abused for it. I got abused
Yeah.
for 3 months.
yeah, but everyone was giving you like relatively reasonable like arguments, right? And you're like, nah, fuck the fact that he got 17, fuck the 22 losses. He won the fucking Europa League, right? He deserves to stay. And I was like, mate, every single one of those 22 losses, you were losing your fucking shit, right? On the stream. So like, don't act like it was okay that he lost 22, right?
No,
Like,
but you know what it was, Mike?
I get your point about like him maybe being like granted a chance, right? I'm not in that camp. I am so happy he got fucking sacked, right? Like that was one of the best days of my life.
Are you enjoying it now? Yeah, you
No,
happy?
no. I was happy that he got sacked back then. That doesn't mean I'm happy now, right?
I'll tell you one thing though. Look, people can hate Ange and they can cuss me, whatever. That's all good. The one thing I find really disrespectful from so many Spurs fans is he won us a trophy when all the other managers had chances to do and they didn't.
Yeah.
And they completely diminished what he achieved, especially guys. And he deserves praise for this. We went into a cup final without Maddison, Kulu, or Bert. We had no one in the attacking mid.
True.
And he won that game, whether it was by hook, by crook, by luck. He won it against a team that always turns up in finals. They always
turns up
in finals.
against us. And turns up against us, right? It was United. So yeah,
well, they
this
hadn't
is
turned up against us for a bit. Just a quick one. Just want to say thanks to the super chat. Spurs Murray Spurs channel. Could just about bloody read that. Mazzy's cooking. Yes, he definitely fucking is. If you don't watch it, a Bernie's fucking dinner, full course meal. Fair play. Thanks for that, mate. Go for it, Mike. What are you saying?
No, because like I don't want to sound wrong, right? I have massive respect, and I am like so glad we won that Europa League, right? Because for me, it was the first time I witnessed us winning something, right? Because I was like I'm a fan for like 7-8 years, right? Maybe 6. I don't even remember, right? But I didn't witness 2008. In fact, actually, I didn't witness most of Pochettino, right? Like I seriously started watching this club when Mourinho came, right? Because then it coincided with COVID and all that stuff, right? So put yourself in my shoes, right? I became a fan, and last 5 years it was fucking pain, right? With some good and bad along the way, right? But that Europa League final, I was so happy, so relieved, right? Like I wept tears on the sofa in that room, right? When we were lifting the cup.
Boy,
And
you
my
were
fiance
drunk.
looked at me.
You were drunk.
Looked at me. So shut the fuck up, Dietrich. My fiance looked at me and she said, if you don't fucking cry like that on our wedding, I'm going to divorce you, right? So listen, there are things that happened after that final, right? And like, I was so happy at that point, right? But in essence, I am happy that he got sacked because I don't think it would get any better than it did last season, right? I think we would go on the same trajectory that we were under him last season, finishing like 14th or 13th or whatever, right? Now, with Frank, I said, I don't think we will do much better, right? So Frank is doing a shit job. But I come back to my initial point, right? I'm not actively pursuing sacking Frank, right? I'm not going to come on stream and say, fuck him, sack him, right? Like I did with Ange, because I don't think he crossed like my subjective line. Let's call it that way, right? So I am more than willing to at least see how it goes further, right? I think if we sack him right now and bring in a new manager with maybe like a couple good players, he gets us like 7th, a new manager, right? Like if it's a world-class, absolute fucking like top of the top manager with like 3 elite players in January, then maybe we get like top 4, right? Because like this league is so compact that a few wins and you get up the table, right? But at this point, I don't think if we sack him right now, the improvement will be good enough for us to go through the process of finding a manager, hiring, changing the style of play, changing the system, changing the training regime, changing this, changing that, fucking discussions again and again and again. Fuck off, Stelios. Yeah, I was talking to you mainly, by the way.
Wherever that just went.
Okay, fuck me then. But yeah, in short, right?
Oh, no.
I think it can get a bit better with a new manager, but not more better. How the fuck do you say it in English? Like more better? That doesn't.
Basically, you think we can up it a little bit if we do?
Yeah, we can up it a little bit, right? We can up it like
basically.
3 or 4 places, maybe, right? So we finished like 8th, right? But does it make me happy? Fuck no, right? So I don't know. It's like I think I would rather stick with Frank, give him the January transfer window, and if it continues like that, then like in March or April, I think if we are so shit, then we should sack him, give a caretaker a job for 3 months, and then hire a new manager in the summer, right? But I don't think right now, if we sack him right now in December, like what does it change?
Can I ask a question for all of you, right? What if, just say, I'm going to give you a hypothetical situation, right? Right now, we're 4 points from 5th and 4 points from 16th or something like that, or 15th. Yeah. I think when I looked at the statistics earlier on, at this same point last season, the gap between 5th and 15th was 12 points. Right now, it's 6 points, so it's half. Which shows how close the league is right now together, right? How close together it is. What if, say, we sign Adeloma Lookman, right, and a Ruben Neves, right, in the window in January, and we finished 5th? Then what would you guys be saying after we finish 5th and we sign 2 top quality players?
With Frank or without Frank?
With Frank as the manager.
It's a good season.
It's a good season.
It is a good season.
So then why are people so overreactive when we haven't even finished the season yet and we haven't even seen what January...
Because they're looking at the way Frank sets us up and doesn't believe we can do it.
Yeah, because I don't believe he trusts the players that he's got.
Well, maybe the players don't trust him then as well.
Well, fuck these players, they're shit.
We're going back to the same argument then. If the players are shit, yes, I can.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's just back to the same point again. So, basically, I get the picture. A lot of people, some are saying, ride it. Some are saying, get rid of it now. I mean, I'm just really at that point. I honestly don't know. I don't see what getting rid of him necessarily improves now. At the moment, I don't see what keeping him actually improves now either. He has given me nothing to have any hope and faith in at the moment. I honestly, to me, it's sort of like you might as well, just flip the coin, head or tail. It's like flick that coin sort of thing. Basically, I honestly don't know what to do with this because I've seen no improvement. I just don't think we look better. I think he's also doing exactly the same mistakes as the previous manager made, by playing wing backs as fullbacks, which has been proven, whether it's inverted or whatever, it just does not work because Porro is not meant to defend. If we're going to stick with 4 at the back, Porro is one of the ones we should sell as far as I'm concerned, even though I'd love to keep him as a wing back or push him forward and that. So what does he do? I mean, the other point that got made with it as well with him that I didn't like was when the point was made of, how shall I put it? The way was playing more defensive and everything. We were obviously looking a bit better defensive than that, but then he totally changed his style of play because the fans were on his case. Now, I don't want a manager that's going to do that. In that aspect, I've got to show a bit of respect to Ange, Conte, my sort of person of like, well, fuck you, this is the way I do it. But you also want your manager to be able to learn and adapt at the same time and change by himself, not have to. So if he goes and changes his shit just because the fans are giving him a bit of a hard time, isn't that a bit of a weak-minded manager as well?
Dan, can I say one thing on what you said?
Of course you can.
When a manager comes to a club and they're learning, just get rid. When a manager comes to a club, they should be educating.
Yeah, but you can learn. You can learn by you can. I disagree totally. Yeah, as a manager, even if you're the best manager on the planet, you can still learn. You're still willing to learn.
Dan,
if you're not, then you fall behind.
No, Dan.
Learn by a mistake or two you've made with a player you've got, and then go with it.
Hold on. Learn to refine your skill set, okay. But when you come to a big club, you are here to educate and deliver. Pep doesn't come to Spurs to learn Klopp doesn't come in. He's here to say, right, you guys don't know what you're doing. Listen to me. That's why you've paid me, because I know what I'm doing. There's a difference. If you're like Arteta, who his first job is Arsenal. If you're hold on. If you're Arteta and your first job is Arsenal, I get it. He's learning because he's never managed before. We're talking about a manager who's managed for 13 years. The one thing I will agree with you, Dan, though, he's learning how to juggle Europe, Premier League. Europe, because he's never done that before. He's got no experience, which again, I don't understand why we hired a manager. We've waited so long to get back into the Champions League, and we hired a manager with no Champions League experience. And Champions League experience isn't just managing Champions League games. It's managing 2 games a week, right? We've brought in a manager that has no experience in that. And can I ask you a question as well, by the way?
Doesn't a manager have to adapt? Every manager has to be able to adapt to modern day football, basically, yeah? Times change, football changes, yeah? Players change. So even if it's the best player on the planet there's ever been, I mean, the best manager, surely when he comes into a team, he can realise that maybe he didn't play that player to the best way. Okay, I can adapt and get more out of him this way. That is what a quality manager does. So I agree with being like very stuck. This is how I know how to do it, but you've always got to be willing to learn, no matter what job you do, haven't you?
Yeah, but some more than others. When you're at the top of your game, you're an educator, right? Yeah, all right. You're still learning little things. I'll give you that. Fine. You learn 5%, but the point, the way you said it was as if he's learning on the job, and if you're learning on the job, that's different to learning to improve yourself. And Frank's been a manager. That's just a different
change of words. That's just a different usage of words still.
Frank's a manager for 13 years. He's not a newbie. He's not a new kid on the block. He's not lacking Premier League experience. He's been in the Premier League for 7-8 years. He's got Championship experience. He's got international experience. He's got youth football experience. He's a seasoned manager, right? And for me, like I said, I don't think he's a bad manager, guys. I don't think he's shit. I've never once said he's shit, he's crap, fucking awful. His football and his style of play, I struggle with. I find that hard to watch. But as a manager, what Spurs, in my opinion, need is a Conte-type manager who is a winner, loads of experience, knows how to build a winning team over consecutive years. Today, right, and I want to ask you about this, guys, because this came up, right? The board have kind of half-heartedly come out and said, Frank's, for the foreseeable future, he's staying, meaning we're thinking about him going, but not just yet. That's what that means. They haven't come out and said, he's our guy, he's here to do a 3-year project.
Was that a statement for the club?
Yeah, The Athletic did an article. They said for the foreseeable future. So what that means is some people on the board have got doubts. Some don't have doubts. But Vinay is trying to replicate what he did at Arsenal, where, look, I stuck with Arteta, so I want to do that with Frank. But to compare the two, I think is wrong. But what they said was, he's here to help rebuild the culture. And this is my question for you guys.
Done, posted.
What has Frank ever done in his managerial career that he is the guy to rebuild the culture at Tottenham?
Yeah, no, it's hard to see. It's hard to see at the moment.
Because that's what the board have said. They picked this guy to rebuild the culture.
Again, we have to also take into account, right? That I know I don't want to keep banging on about it, but you like, for example, still, Ange Postecoglou had never managed European football and Premier League at the same time.
Yes, he has.
Where? Celtic?
Yeah, he did the league and he did Champions League, didn't he?
Yeah, at Celtic. I'm talking about in the Premier League, right? So it was
but he's got experience of Europe and league, though, Dan, isn't he? He's got more than Frank.
Look at how bad he was in Europe with Celtic, right? You can't use that argument because of what you were just saying, right? You have to also take into account that when Ange tried to manage European football at Spurs, like Frank is doing right now, he couldn't do it because
he won a European Cup.
Yeah,
Ange won a European Cup
at the expense of us in the Premier League. Still, like you said yourself, we can't have both. You literally said it a million times.
I agree with you.
I think that's an excuse personally, because
but I agree with you. You can't have both.
Because it's funny how he took the league really seriously, all right, and he was saying, "Oh, at this point we're going to start. I expect the results to start turning around." He made every single excuse.
Right. He made.
Mate, can I share the one?
This was one I had sent to me quickly. I thought that was quite funny.
Mate, what's with that beer belly, bro?
Accurate representation. Come on.
I go to the gym. That made me listen. I'll take it off. Right? I go gym.
I forgot my point now. Sorry.
We were talking about how that manager can manage into.
No, I was saying, look, I don't buy that. You know, maybe very late into the season when it became apparent that you had a real chance of winning, right? That he gave up. You know, he concentrated basically on winning it because he was the only thing that was going to save his job. Right. But this thing that he just decided early on that he was going to lose 22 league games. Right. And only I think that's nonsense. That's something from a manager. Right. That managed to save his skin by winning the cup would say. Right. He would never have said that if he didn't win the cup, would he? Ever. He would never have said if he got sacked at the end of the season, oh, I lost 22 league games because I was trying to win the Europa.
So based on that then, Maz, if we're saying that he was lying about that, and if he was really trying to go for the play well in the Premier League and in Europe, doesn't that make it even worse then? How he finished?
Ange rested all our top players every week for 8 weeks.
Yeah, but I'm just going on what Maz has just said. I'm just going on what Maz just said. Maz is saying that that's an excuse.
He rested all the bloody players because he kept getting them injured every bloody couple of weeks.
So he prioritised the cup over the
every week.
That means it's not an excuse.
Van de Ven said today.
Name me one thing Ange ever said that was true. Apart from winning on his second season.
I could give you a quote that he made that was true, and that's who we are, mate. Who we are, mate. I think the quote's true now.
Guys, let Michael
No worries. Van de Ven said today in an interview on Overlap that Ange rested them for the Europa League, right? So
we know that.
Yes, it's kind of like. Listen, I get the point, right? If he lost,
I'm talking about the entirety of the whole season. He only done that near the end. He never done that one we're getting thumped every week.
From a certain point,
half his team was injury for most of the season. Maz.
Yeah, in January we started.
Let Mike finish what he's saying. Let Mike finish what he's saying. He was in the middle of it. Go on, Mike.
What I meant, like Van de Ven said that from a certain point, when after he came back, because he came back like end of Jan, I think.
Yeah,
it was right. He said that. He played one game, and after that, Ange told him that he will be rested for the Premier League. He won't be playing in the Premier League, just the cups, right? So, like, it's kind of, but I get Maz's point, right? If he lost the final, you would never hear that, right? No one would have the audacity and the courage to come out and say we are resting for the Premier League, right? To try to win the Europa League if he didn't, right? I know, but he did. So that point is invalid, right? In that essence, but. Yeah, that's. I just wanted to add the context. By the way, seriously, watch that in Mickey Van de Ven interview. Like,
right? If you're saying Frank is shit because you're judging him against Ange's standards,
I'm not saying he's shit. Maz, I never said he's shit.
You are. Right? If you're saying,
no, right? No.
Don't start saying my ideas now, mate. I'm telling you.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said. I said no. Listen, don't all cry now because I've
Still's just trying to flip both ways, mate.
Show me the video where I said it. Show me the video where I said it. There's no video.
He never.
Don't get upset because I've got you all. I've got you all where I want you.
He never said Frank was shit.
I said. Thank you, Danny. I said he's a good coach, but the level we want to get to, he's not getting us to that level. He's not getting to you. I know you got to stir it up to get views, guys, but not by lying.
Not after what's been said, mate. I don't have to stir shit up on this one.
Frank's a good coach, but not what we want. And his football, I don't like it. I think his football's awful to watch. Awful.
Right. Yeah, but still, Ange's football was shit to watch, and you said that every week.
It was painful. Yeah.
Ange's football was shit in the second season. It was, yeah, I agree. What's the point?
You said it in the first season as well.
So
first season we were good.
We were doing shows
First season
together
we were
still. We weren't good in the first season.
Oh, the flip flop.
Yes, we were. We finished 5th. What are you talking about, Maz?
Oh, come on, man. Don't
Oh,
give me that.
fuck. You know what? You're on my list as well. I'm going to fuck.
Put me on your little list of lies.
Man,
Go for it. Your little list of lies.
Trust me, my list is growing by the
I
day.
said
Man's a
all of that.
compulsive
I was
liar.
with.
Just talk shit.
No, you're all liars. You're all liars. I was very clear in the first season. I said I will stick by Ange. I will back Ange unless he signs Werner again. And when he signed Werner the second time, I flipped. That's the moment, Maz. Don't lie.
You were questioning the way we played. You were questioning how we played. You were questioning the style of play and everything. And even
I questioned the high line. Yes, I questioned the high line.
But you did say the thing about Werner.
You didn't say his football was good.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Football was good. We were on the attack every week. I said the high line's a problem. I said defensively we look incompetent, and we were. Everyone said the high line was a problem.
We were all on the same shows. We were all complaining, right, how bad the football was, and everyone was saying.
Second season, I was after Ange every week.
Right,
Who cares?
but anyway.
What's the point? What's your silly point?
What's
your silly point?
I'll tell you my silly little point, right? My silly little point is you're judging Frank by Ange's shit standards, but you're still backing up Ange.
No.
Which means really, yes.
No, Ange was doing Ange was doing better than Frank. That's what I'm judging it by. At this stage last season, Ange was doing better. Fact. That's what I'm judging it by.
Yes,
Frank's doing worse.
That is why I think Frank's going worse. Right, but I will divert back to Frank because there's just so much to go.
Danny said it best. It's a sidestep. That's what Danny said. He's right. I agree with him.
The other question I want to ask, because like I say, I've only gone through one question in like 3 hours.
We've gone one.
That's the fun of having a Spurs talk or a football talk, whether it's down the fucking pub or wherever, and that's the fun of it. Yeah, but this is the one I want to divert to for a little bit at the moment.
Which one?
Vicario
is the biggest bitch.
Vicario. What the fuck do we do with him?
Oh, can I start with him?
Go with it.
For me, Vicario, I was a big advocate of him when he was in Italy. I was a huge fan when he was at Empoli. I honestly believe that he could have been a top goalkeeper. But unfortunately, like they say, like goalkeepers are like defenders.
Yeah.
The older they get, the better they usually are. And for me, Vicario is the complete opposite. When he started, he was freaking really good with us, but now he's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And for me, as much as sure, defensively we do not look solid, and our Chigre made that mistake, whatever. But for me, especially, there's some goals that are just unacceptable for you to concede. Like Hudson-Odoi, for me, that's a goal that should never go in. And especially as a top goalkeeper, that's honestly that I believe we can do better than Vicario. And for me, I think it's time for him to just send him back to Italy and just get someone new, for our own sake and for his own future and his own career. I believe that England, the pressure is just too big for him, and you can see everything. Yeah, even the style of play, just everything is just too much for him.
Yeah. He's not a sweeper keeper.
He's not a sweeper keeper, and for me, my biggest issue with him, clearly he used to like Italy, like having defenders, usually it's a physical league. And in the Premier League, defenders are not as physical as in Italy. So you can see it exposed the weakness in his game. And I believe it's time for him to just go. Just go. We did everything in our power. And unfortunately, Kinski is even fucking worse. So we don't have a choice but to play him week in, week out, even though he's struggling and lacking confidence.
I don't think we've even played Kinski enough to even say whether he's
he should
overall.
I've seen enough. He should.
I've only seen him in about 8 or 9 games altogether, so I don't really think I can judge him quite the same. But I can't say I have anything that says I'd want him as my main goalkeeper and that. I mean, for me, I want us to go and put 50 million on the table. There you go. We want you basically, and go and get Diego Costa from FC Porto, because I believe that's a believable one we can get, and a good goalkeeper. I mean, go on with what you're saying.
Just quickly, even for me, goalkeepers shouldn't cost as much as like 50 million. Look at Sunderland. Their
Everything quality does though.
But
if
yeah,
you
but
want to
look,
go for established quality, you're paying the money there and then.
Okay, but how come Sunderland can buy a goalkeeper for like 20 million and he's been arguably top 5 this year? He's been fucking fantastic.
Yeah, but I don't just want to go out and find a chance of a goalkeeper being good, whatever. I want to go out there and get an established, solid goalkeeper like Liverpool went out and got.
Yes, we should, but if I'm looking like at the bigger picture, for me, there are bigger priorities than spending a lot of money on an established goalkeeper. Sure, it is really important, but there's bigger priorities. For me, go get someone that can do a job, which is do not make mistakes and command your box. If you're shit on the ball with your feet, for me, I don't care. I really couldn't care less. For me, command your box and stop the shots that you're supposed to stop. That's all I want from a goalkeeper.
There's some fair points there. Go on. Whoever's got anything to say on it.
I think for me, he has saved us a couple of times, Vicario.
Yeah.
I have to say that.
Yes.
But he made a mistake. It was Archie Gray as well's problem as well, right? And I'm not doing this young thing anymore.
He instigated the problem.
If we're going to do this young thing about Archie Gray, he's no better than Bentaleb. He's no better than Bentaleb, right? And
Bentaleb was better than him.
Bentaleb was better than him. We sold him. And we sold
actually
him.
not bad.
So this all this loving for saying, oh, he's young, he's all this, he's all that. He's taking the spot in the squad, right? When he was average against Brentford and Slavia Prague, right? Everyone was saying he's the next best thing. He should be our midfielder, which is Tottenham fans all over. So I left them to it because
Alex, that's certain. Hang on, Alex, that's certain Tottenham fans. Certain, not many of them.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about, Dan. No, Dan, don't do the thing with me. Don't do the thing with me because you know.
I'm just saying certain. If you're going to do that, then say the name blatantly. But it isn't just one. It ain't just one.
Don't be nice. Don't be nice anymore. We're not nice anymore, yeah?
Stop fucking beating about the bush and dropping hints and say it how it is.
On this show, you say it how it is, mate.
Yeah, listen, Alex, so many bombs were dropped today.
You missed it.
It's a shame.
Unfortunately, life
Maz has already called everyone a piece of shit.
You're the one saying don't be nice.
You're getting
You're the one
soon,
saying don't be nice, Alex.
Things move on. You know what I mean?
You're the one saying don't be nice on here. Yet you're being nice by diverting, not saying a certain person's name or whatever. You're contradicting yourself.
Lubo then. Let's say Lubo.
Yeah.
Let's just say Lubo.
Well
you
done.
Know what I mean? But I'm just saying.
But it's not just him. A lot of people do defend it that I see in the chat as well. He may be the main one on here we talk to with it. And after Lubo, he does fucking stick up for Gray, come love nor money, basically. There's definitely a relationship there. But my point is, he ain't the only one. A lot of the chat on other channels and that do stick up for him, come love nor money.
Yeah, because they need something to hold on to say, oh, we love him. He's just Harry Potter on.
Hold on and love on the kid. That sounds bad.
You know what I mean? And Vicario, listen, like I said, I'll be balanced. He has saved us a lot of these games. Yes, he has. But unfortunately, he has his rickets. So I can understand why we need a new goalkeeper. You know, Man City had to get a new goalkeeper because they realised they needed a new goalkeeper. Right?
They bought two goalkeepers.
They're doing really well right now. Right? Liverpool back in the day had to get in who they needed to get in, and look at what happened there. You know what I mean? Arsenal had to get a new goalkeeper, Reina. Look where they are right now. Right? Sometimes you just got to realise if you need to change, you need to make a change. You know what I mean? Even Brighton. I know Brighton are not successful in terms of winning trophies. Even Brighton know when they need to cut the cloth. You know what I mean? Cut that umbilical cord. You get what I'm saying?
What, before it chokes them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but you know,
that is
the analogy. You know what I mean? You know, you've got to have fun with it somehow. You know what I mean? You know.
Well, it is why you cut
like
it,
I said
mate.
about the Javi Simmons, the Pretty Ricky of Pretty Ricky, the Ducks Pretty Ricky. You know what I mean? You know, the third member of B2K. You know what I mean?
Pretty Ricky.
The man that had the eye candy. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
One thing with like Archie Gray and Bergvall and fucking Mikey Moore and Will Langshire and all these guys, right? I think people are lacking in this current squad that we have right now, like someone who is our own, right? Because we used to have it for years with Kane, right? And before that, I don't quite remember, but we had some homegrown players, right? The ones that came through our ranks, right? And they knew what it means to be a Spurs fan and all that fucking shit, right? And fucking shit in terms of like from players' perspective, right? Players are mercenaries. They don't need to know what it means to be a Spurs fan, right? They need to be a good player, win matches and win trophies, right? Yeah. So I think fans are searching for that, right? And I know Archie Gray and Bergvall aren't like our own, as in went through like under 12s, under 14s or whatever, right? But they just want like a young player to grow with them and to be part of the team and to be world class and you know and just be the linchpin of the team like we had with Kane, right? That's why I think some fans are like apologetic towards like whatever Gray is doing and whatever Bergvall is doing, right? Me personally, I don't mind Gray and Bergvall, right? I don't think not in a single like reality should they be starters, right? But as like second or third option for a position, they are okay. The problem is you stifle their development by keeping them on the bench, right? So for me, they should be loaned out. But when I watch Lubo, right, like he's doing too much to the other side. He's like this living in this like dream world where Gray is this like wonderful talent, right? He's not. Like there are qualities about him that I like, right? But he's not like this world class, you know, fucking Lamine Yamal reincarnated and all that stuff, right? He's just a good player in my opinion, good for his age, right? I know this like magical age, right? And
is he even good for his age?
I don't think he's bad, right? I think he's good. Okay.
Michael, he doesn't even start for this England team. The U20s,
like under 21s. Yeah,
he doesn't even start.
Yeah, okay.
So
like, shit, like average. I wouldn't call him shit, right? I would call him like average.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I just think we need to like find a bit of balance, like with everything, right? Because I think there are some people who are like Lubo going to the other side too extreme, right? Just calling them
one
absolute,
extreme to another, basically.
Yeah, one extreme to the other. I always say this, right? Between 0 and 1, there is a whole fucking range of numbers, right? That you can be.
Spurs.
Yeah, at Spurs it's either 0 or 1, right? You are either like fucking Gray is the spawn of devil and we should fucking, you know, pay someone to take him off of us, or he's the fucking Ginola reincarnated, right? And we need to give him the game time, right? No, the truth is somewhere in the middle, like with everything with Spurs, right? The issue is that we as fan base, we just like being polarized, right? We just like fucking going one way or the other way, nothing in the middle, right? Just like our.
That's why we love it. That's why we love it, Mikel. You know what I mean?
That's what it feeds off.
Because I've got to be honest, yeah. I ain't gonna be like about it. You know what I mean? Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm so fed up right now. I'm doing other things, like I said, because like I say, I cannot get invested by Archie Gray, right? When I'm watching him on the YouTube, Madison's YouTube channel, it's like Madison's teaching him what life is all about, for goodness sake. You know what I mean? What's that all about? You know what I mean? It's like
I don't know, Alex. What is life about? What is life about then? What should he know about him? What is life about?
I don't know, but the way he's like saying, "Oh, look at Archie Gray. He's working really hard. Look at him. He's such a nice boy. He's such a nice boy. Oh my gosh!" And he's talking about the facts. He looks like a guy that he does his homework at school and everything else and all that. He's the best guy in his class. He's the one that puts his hand up and everything else and that in the classroom and stuff. And I'm sitting there
and
thinking,
then gets beaten up on the way home.
oh, I'm just like, what is this, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it, bro. I'm not that school guy. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm a guy that's the guy that, you know, I'm with the guys that are the bad guys, bro. Yeah, you know what I mean? The bad guys, yeah. You know,
Alex, you're about the tough life, right?
Yeah, I'm with the bad guys, bro. You know what I mean? I'm with the rough and tough.
So basically, you're saying like you want men, not boys.
Yeah, bro. I'm with that, bro. Like I'm one of the people that
guys. Let's have it right. He's a championship football player. He's a good level championship football player. If Leeds United got relegated, he should go back there. He'll do well at a decent championship club. Right now, he's not the Premier League level that Spurs needs. He's nowhere near the level we need in midfield. That's the truth.
No, I can agree with that. I mean, it's one that I mean, the situation, you just get sore of saying it, but it does always pop up. And then when he goes and fucks up like it, I mean, for me, he was the instigator of that goal. Vicario should have dealt with it better, but would never been put in that position. If Gray wouldn't have called for the ball, if he would have known what he was doing. But I suppose that you can lack a bit of experience on him. But in general, he should not even be in our fucking squad as far as I'm concerned. But back on the point of it quickly. So what do we do with Vicario then? Do we get rid of him summer, keep him, or do we
sell him? For his own good, sell him.
Sell him, but not now.
Well, this is the thing that Spurs need to become. They need to become ruthless, right?
Yes.
And what Spurs need to do is when we've got players who and actually make some money on, this is the time to sell him, because there are clubs out there that would probably buy Vicario, right? And still buy Vicario.
Yeah.
So,
guys,
I think we can't do this thing where. Go on, Michael.
Yeah, no, I want to say, like, I agree with selling, not this January, in the summer.
No,
summer.
In the summer,
in the summer, right? Because like I'm seeing like sell Vic this January. Like,
no.
We have more important things to take care of than fucking goalkeeper, right?
No,
I know he's not good, but he's not like fucking, you know, the hole that we have in the midfield and on the left flank, right? Left back and left winger, like. This is something that we need to sort out pronto, right now, right?
Unless we're going to go and sign like a goalkeeper, sell Vicario, get a midfielder, and get a left winger in January, I can't see any other reason why.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can only register 2 players in the January, if I'm not mistaken, in your squad. 2 or 3. Yeah, you can't register more than that, no.
But if they're going to get
in the European competition, of course.
If they're going to get a goalkeeper though in the summer, it needs to be better than Vicario. Right, it's got to be better than Vicario.
But there's so many that are better than Vicario.
And also, I wouldn't sell Vicario.
Yeah, he's class.
I'll put him as second choice.
So
right, but if the keeper is that good, right, and Vicario's not got a chance of getting back into the team, I would just get rid of him. But I wouldn't just get rid of him completely.
Alex, I completely agree, right? But if people are giving me fucking Trafford as an alternative to Vicario, I'm saying fuck that. Don't sell Vicario, right?
No.
Or like, some bum from like bottom 10 Premier League team just because he saves a couple shots, right?
Michael, why not? I know he made a mistake against Newcastle, but Kinski is not a bad goalkeeper. And
no, he is.
I think
Brandon Austin's a good goalie.
Honestly, Austin, we've seen him once.
I would rather give chances to
Austin. We only seen him once, and he actually played well the only time we've seen him. So yes, I would give him more chances. My only issue with Kinski,
he was England's under-21 goalkeeper. Brandon.
Yeah, I only have 1 game of evidence, so I can't say more. But my biggest issue with Kinski, shot stopping, he is fucking horrendous. But on the ball.
No, he's not. Kinski's a good shot stopper.
He's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
no,
go watch him before we signed him. He's a good goalie.
Okay, but I don't care what you did before. I'm talking about Spurs. At Spurs, he's been horrendous. And don't tell me you need game time as a goalkeeper.
Sorry, hold on. When he played in the Europa, he was good for us. Wasn't he the goalkeeper against Liverpool in the Carabao Cup?
That was 1 game.
Yeah, Yeah, but he was
that
also
was
a
his
goalie
first game, wasn't
against Villa in the FA Cup, where he let it go through his hands, right? He was a goalie in the North London derby, where he let the Trossard shot go under him, right?
And he's the same goalkeeper that
The
fucked
issue-
up against
the-
Newcastle.
Okay, again, the issue is when you've got a young player and they don't
He's
get
not young.
minutes, they regress.
No, but
For a
you
goalkeeper,
don't need
he's
many.
young. For a goalkeeper,
No,
he's young.
okay.
You regress.
Stop.
regress.
I don't know this. You're the coaches. You have the badges. I believe personally that's an opinion. Goalkeeper, you don't need game time as a goalkeeper. It's like training.
Of
What you
course
save.
do. No.
What?
Of course you do.
No,
Every
goalkeeper
player
is
needs
like
game
you
time.
save. It's a save. It's the
I
same
don't
shit
think-
every time.
I think he's
No,
got a
no,
point
see-
still. I don't
No,
think
no, it's
goalkeeper
not like
needs as
defenders are
much
players.
time.
No. The modern day goalkeeper is different. Okay,
It's the same.
70.
No, hang
it's
on.
not.
No,
The
no.
modern day
Let him
goalkeeper-
finish. I'm getting this. Yeah.
The modern day goalkeeper, 70% of their workload is distribution. So if you've got a goalie that hasn't got a good throw, an accurate one, or a good kick, both short and medium range, they're going to struggle because the modern day goalie has to be able to distribute more than ever before. Only 30% is actually catching and saving now. That's the way the game's moved. So that's why Vicario comes unstuck because as a shot stopper, he's brilliant. But the other 70%, which is today's game, he's all over the place.
You don't need game time to play out from the back. It's just what you did
do,
on
bro.
training is a
It
replication.
doesn't work like
of the
that.
pitch.
No, it doesn't work like that.
No,
Every player. Listen. Dietrich, let me explain to you why. When you're in a training session, there's no pressure. If you concede a goal, if you fuck up, that's what training's for. You don't have fans screaming at you and booing at you when you make a mistake. You don't have VAR. Training is a very controlled environment. When you go into a football game, a live game, there's no control now. You've got elements out of your control. Referee, the opposition, someone in your ear. Like Vicario, when they were pulling on his gloves for the corner kicks. Mate, you think they do that in training? Of course they don't.
Yeah, punch up the guy.
So that's why you need games, because games conditions you for that. It's a different environment.
Yes.
That's
No,
why
I didn't-
every player. Yeah, but that's why every player needs to matches, because that's what makes you better.
No.
Training helps you, but the match is what makes you.
No, stop.
make-
I don't
makes you-
disagree. I didn't say a goalkeeper is 100% trained. No, I'm saying, but just 70% of what you do as a goalkeeper is just what you do on the pitch, on the training ground.
No,
And
because
the other
you can't replicate the scenario. You can't.
No,
replicate
the other 30% is like, of course, goalkeepers, fans, the opposition. Yes, there's like a couple of things, but like I'm just talking about the basics. Shot stopping, Kinski is not even good at it. Even if you go watch the training videos of Tottenham, even that, just watch him. The shots that he's saving, he's always making a mistake. Training.
Listen, I'm not saying Kinski should be a long-term goalie. I'm just saying we've got players that haven't really been given a proper run of games and have a real chance.
And the fact that Frank doesn't even play against lower opposition, especially Slavia Prague in the Champions League or Copenhagen, shows you that he's not good enough.
But bro, Frank does a lot of weird shit, bro. Frank does a
No,
lot
no,
of
I'm just saying.
Is Kinski even registered? Is Kinski even registered for the Champions League?
I prefer Brandon Onst. By the way, I would give Austin ahead of Kinski, just so you lot know. Austin for me is ahead. I wouldn't put Kinski ahead of Austin.
With the goalkeeper thing,
Yeah,
I can get both sides here. Yeah, with the goalkeeper thing, I don't feel you need as much match time as an outfield player as such, because a goalkeeper, you can do a lot off the top of your head and reflexes, basically, even though there's a lot more to it. So I can go with Dietrich on the aspect of they don't need as much match time, match fitness as someone on the pitch. But I'm also with Stel on the side as well, where I can understand that these days they probably need more than they would have 15 years ago, because there's a lot more to being a goalkeeper now. You've got to be able to pass. You've got to be able to defend. You've got to distribute. You've got to be able to read things a bit different. So I think it's quite a leveled argument on that one. I don't think they need as much match fitness, match time, whatever, to get their shit together. But I think they need significantly more than they used to as such. I think that's a fair way to put it.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I quite like that Slavia Prague goalie that we played against the other night.
I was about to say maybe we got the wrong bloody one.
Isn't that fucking ironic? Isn't that fucking ironic, by the way? Because like Kinski is from Slavia, right?
It's a very Spursy thing, isn't it, Mike? Very Spursy, isn't it? So for goalkeeper, I mean, I'm up for getting rid of him in January. I'm up for keeping him till the end of the season if we have to. I think the only reason we get rid of him in January is if we can go and put the money down and get someone like Costa. I don't want to go out there and get another goalkeeper that's all right and could become good. I want to get someone now. He's good now. He's quality now. And I think Costa is a lot better than what we've got.
Where's that England goalie? Where does he play at the moment?
What one? You don't hear him, any of them.
The one that was the goalie in the Euros when we got to the final. He was the goalie.
Pickford? Yeah.
Yeah.
He should.
He's at Everton. He's at Everton.
Yeah.
I don't mind Pickford. And Henderson. I like Henderson as well.
Pickford is fucking wank.
No, he's garbage. Pickford is good.
He's fucking wank. Like, what is this? What is this Pickford glaze? What is this Pickford glaze? I don't understand.
Wait, sorry, listen, I might have got it confused. Is it Henderson? There's one of them that's
Henderson. Henderson. That's a different thing. Okay, Henderson.
Does he play for England?
Crystal Palace.
Yes. Yeah, but he doesn't. He's second goalkeeper.
Okay, that's a different thing. Pickford is wank. Like, I don't understand this Pickford glaze, right? Because like every single fucking time anyone talks about Vicario, I know, but I'm just ranting about Pickford. I'm just ranting about Pickford right now, right? Yeah, every single fucking time I watch Sava, I watch Spurs Corner, I watch other channels, right? And it's like, oh, Vicario is meh, Vicario is this, and half the fucking chat is like, oh, bring me Pickford to do fucking what? Like he is exactly the same keeper. He saves shot that is fucking wank with the ball at his feet, and he's a crazy bozo that doesn't give you any calmness in the backline. What's the?
I think
he's the fucking bozo, Pickford.
The argument with Pickford, I don't think he's as bad as you say. I don't think he's a quality keeper either.
But I mean, wank. Obviously, he's not like.
What you mean. I think Pickford is a bit more of an old school goalkeeper, better off his line. I think the reason why me being one of them and others compare Vicario to Pickford as such is because Vicario would get halfway line.
He has a fat ass.
I don't know. I don't check.
A fat ass.
Why is Dietrich's checking his ass out? That's
haram. That's haram.
He's talking about.
He is an ass.
He's talking about fucking Pickford's ass now.
We know what you like.
What are you going to do next, Dietrich? Big up Archie Gray or something?
No, I'm not.
Don't worry, I think that went over your head. With Pickford, I think he's more aggressive. He wouldn't get touched up and pinched like Vicario would. He'd have picked up the other player, get the fuck out my face, you dick, and slapped him. Whereas Vicario was getting pinched on the arse and doing that with him. I think that's why Pickford got related to him a bit. Because one thing you will give Pickford, he's not a bad shot stopper. He's not good distribution, whatever else. I think he plays well for England. And the other thing is with Pickford, you know he will muscle his way if he has to. You know he's not scared. I mean, he's a Northerner, basically. I mean, what is he? Is he Scouser?
No, Sunderland.
Is Sunderland? Well,
yeah, Sunderland.
Probably only just got used to having real windows. But my point is, in that aspect, he's a bit more aggressive. You know what you want. So that was my point.
That's all.
He's still got windows.
Right, we had racism today. We have geographical fucking England in wars. Like what else?
I mean, so right with our next game coming up,
like
now,
men's asses.
Yeah. I mean, with our next few games,
I just pointed out something.
You pointed out. You pointed out a 30-year fella's ass.
He watches that more than the goalkeeper's ability.
I ain't going down the pub we are. So we got Liverpool next, and we got Palace. I mean, Liverpool, obviously, they always destroy us. But if ever a prime time is to play Liverpool, whether we're shit at home or away, you would have thought now would be the time. If ever you can catch Liverpool, it is now.
They will fucking smoke us.
Spurs and you think they're going to destroy us. What has Frank got to do with, or try and do with Liverpool? What sort of team has he got to put out there? And what do you reckon's going to happen with Liverpool?
Lads.
Go.
Set pieces, bro. Set pieces. Set pieces. It's quite clear.
Counter attacks also. Like they are not doing great with counter attacks.
They should just twerk on the pitch for Dietrichs.
Van Dijk is working enough.
just tell Romero
So is
within the
Pickford.
first 5 minutes. Right? Honestly, this is the tactic. I'm not even joking. I'm not saying for shits and giggles. This is the tactic. In the first 5 minutes, Romero needs to put one on Ekitike. Just bang, like he does with Haaland. He needs to put one on it because he is their main man. He's so good.
Yeah,
he's such a good signing for them. We should have got him.
Yeah,
we should have got him.
Yep.
If we shut him out, I think we got a chance. If we don't shut him out, he'll probably score.
Guys, put a tenner on Verts scoring against us. Like we are the club that this fucking bum Verts will score against, right? By the way,
coming of age game, innit?
The return of Salah.
Yeah, and Salah off the bench, right? Like honestly, I think Verts is a fucking quality player, right? Verts is a quality player. I loved watching him for Leverkusen, right? But what the fuck is going on with him? Okay, that's your opinion. I don't think
Verts
that's right.
was quality, man.
No, he was quality last year. Yes, he fucking was. Dietrich, come on.
No, wait. No, I swear to God, I'm not saying this just to be controversial.
You just don't like his ass.
No. I've seen Verts a Leverkusen.
It all goes back to the past, doesn't it? Like Dietrich's got a little thing against the Germans and whatever.
He doesn't like the shape of Verts' curves. I don't like your curves. You know.
Oh shit! I should have kept my mouth shut.
We know what you're going to be looking at. We know what you're looking at on Saturday. We know what you're watching.
No, I'm just saying Verts. Every time I've seen him at Leverkusen, like I just see another. I said the same thing with Havertz. I think he's playing well for the league he's in, but he's gonna struggle if he goes somewhere else, like in the Premier League. I think Verts should stay at Leverkusen, and that was his level. And currently, you can see like he's weak. He's slow on the ball. Like everything that I've seen at Leverkusen, it's translating on in the Premier League. I do believe, that what like Mike said. There's a big chance he's going to get either an assist or a goal against us. And if it does, we're a fucking banter club.
Can I say one thing, though? This always happens with us. Most recently, Newcastle. We're going to get battered there. Prediction 4-0, 4-1. We go there and we actually give them a game. Like we actually, a bit of bad luck as well with the penalty. I wouldn't be surprised if this game is very, very tight, It could end up in a draw. It could. I'm not saying it will. But I think when all our Spurs fans are, what's the point? We're getting battered. That doesn't normally happen. That's not usually the case.
That's why I'm saying we are going to get smoked. Because usually it works. As you said, it works.
Reverse psychology. Yeah.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, we're getting battered.
We're getting battered. 4-0. No, but Dan,
this is what I mean. Look, 5-0.
Dan, to answer your question, like on a serious note, right? Like Liverpool have seriously been struggling with like pacey counter attacks, right? So I think we should get like fucking Johnson, Tell, and Muani front three, just play low block and try to counter them. And as Alex said, set pieces, because like if we dodge Van Dijk on set pieces, Konate is okay at set pieces, but other than that, their team, they are not good at defending set pieces, right? So I would just like try to either play for corners from time to time, but not like we usually do, which is just play for corners. But I mean, if we get a corner, I think we should make use of it, right? And just play on a counter, because seriously, they are not good at dealing with them. And I think, listen, I don't rate our forward line, right? But I think if you just isolate like Kolomuani against Konate in a one-on-one where they just burn each other for pace, I think Kolomuani can just outrun him and try to score, right? So I personally think we will lose on a serious note, but not by a large margin. I see with Liverpool, they are kind of like going a bit on the up recently. So,
Michael, when I was doing the watch along with your Tottenham TV for the Nottingham Forest game,
oh Jesus, I pity you for that.
Sim was saying that, are we building momentum, this and that? And I said to him before the game, I'm interested to see what happens, because a lot of fans have got a little bit hyped up, but I don't think we've actually played a team to really justify the hype. Okay, let's see what happens today. If we beat Forest away, I'll I'll say, do you know what? We probably have turned a corner.
And we get slapped.
We got slapped, right? But what I said after that game was, I said, do you know what my worry now is? We needed something from Forest to take into the Liverpool game, because now we're going to the Liverpool game on a downer, and I didn't want that. So I'm saying it now. This is going to happen. If we lose this game, 100% we're losing to Palace after. 100% we will lose. Yeah. If we get something from Liverpool, I don't think we lose to Palace. But if we lose to Liverpool, forget Palace. We're going to get cooked in that as well.
I'll make you right on that, Stelios, because after what we're hearing at the moment with the new executive that's coming in, possibly, right? I didn't realise this at all, but I spoke to somebody and they've kind of made me think about it a little bit now. That this
what did they say?
Well, the new executive that they're looking at getting from City, Man City.
Yeah, who the fuck is that?
Yeah,
I was saying that as well, but then I was speaking to somebody and he's kind of made me think about it a lot, and it's quite significant because
if it's Hamza, he's talking shit.
He's kind of looking at the whole thing with Lang at the moment. Is Lang going to be the one that's going to be the casualty here? Because why am I saying this at the moment? Why am I diverting to that conversation at the moment? Lang is Thomas Frank is a Lang man, in my opinion, right? Okay, so when you're seeing the vote of confidence that we heard yesterday from the board, right, and there's not great sentiment from the fans towards Thomas Frank. And if he loses against Liverpool and he doesn't do well against Crystal Palace, it'll be interesting to see what happens next. You know what I mean?
And Alex, and the new CFO, right? Like Chief Football Officer or whatever the fuck he's called, right? Like that. It kind of sounds like we are, doing it again, right? Sacking them.
I mean, I don't want another interim. If we get another interim in, I'm not interested, right? I think Frank, if he's in top 10, I'm consistent on this, stays for the whole until the end of the season. That's a sensible thing to do, right? Regardless what we do, as long as he's in the top 10, 7th, he stays, and then they make the decision on the manager, because there'll be managers available then, right? I mean, I'm saying that, but Javi Alonso could be available.
Alex, refine that again for me. I need to understand that. You said as long as he's in 10th, we keep him till the end of the season, or do we just keep him till the end of the season?
Well, as long as he's in the around the top 10, within 7th, 8th.
So if we lose the next 2 games and go down to about 14th, get rid of him in January.
Well, that's their decision.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm asking you to sort of get.
I mean, I would say if we're in the top 10 by the end of the season, or 7th or 8th, he stays.
Then you're saying if he stay, obviously he stayed till the end of the season, because it would be we're in 7th or 10th and we're in the end of the fucking season. Yeah. My point is, what are you saying? Do we just keep him till the end of the season now?
I think we should keep him to the end of the season regardless.
And if he finishes in the top 10, then we keep him the following season.
Yeah, I mean, but but I would say that's their decision now, Dan. Because
obviously,
for me, right, there'll be managers available now.
Alex, what did you say? I didn't understand a word of that.
Okay, so
that's why I was trying to clear it up for everyone.
If we stay in the top 10, near the top 10, 7th, what does that mean?
Well, no, what he was saying basically, the way Alex put it across, this is why I interrupted him and said explain it differently, because I saw what he was trying to say. He's basically saying if we finish in the top 10 at the end of the season, maybe we should ride Frank on to the next season. But the way Alex was saying it, if we're 7th or 10th, then keep him till the end of the season. I'm like, well, you can't judge that until the end of the fucking season. He just put it the wrong way across. That's all.
That's it.
Helping him put it across.
Alex, where's Frank got to be before January for you?
Well, I mean, at the moment, I think we're just in the season at the moment.
Or does it not matter?
I don't think it really matters at the moment, though, still, because as far as I'm concerned, I think even if we're 14th, the table's very, very close anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm like, I can't really make a judgment at the moment, right? And Alex, I think if we sack a manager right now, we're panicking and we're getting an interim in, and I don't want that. I do not want that.
So when Dan said if we lose the next 2 games and we end up 14th, 15th, would you then be would you say, yeah, still
No.
keep him? And
I'll still keep him because who's going to come in one, right? Who's going to come in one? Okay, we'll be on the back foot. Yes, we might have a buzz if we get the interim in, because the players might be feeling a bit more of a release, but we'll still come back to reality until the end of the season. So for me, we do have to go through this phase. We have to go through this phase, right? Regardless of what we're going to do with that, I don't know. And then really till the end of the season, then the board can make the decision what they want to do next, right? Because there'll be managers available then, right? You might even have Javi Alonso that's available, which is incredible.
Alex, what if he gets us into a relegation battle? Then what?
Well, then the extreme, you've got to make that decision, don't you?
But that's too late, though, then, isn't it?
Well, no, I don't think so. Because the thing is, though, it can't. Frank knows he can't be in that position, can he? He knows he can't be in that position. Right? If he gets to that point of the relegation, you get rid of him. Yes. Right?
Fair enough. No, fair enough.
That's unacceptable.
Can I just
that's unacceptable for Tottenham Hotspur. Right?
Can I just add something quickly? Regarding the new guy that's taking over from Man City, if it happens, it says that, like, I asked ChatGPT, and it says that he takes care of players' contract deals and negotiations during transfers. That's his job.
He's a loan manager, basically, sort of thing. He deals with all the contracts of the loans and all the contracts of players
and
fees and everything.
Yeah,
so
he deals with all that shit.
So it basically, like, if Paratici wants to buy someone, he's going to take care of it.
Yeah, he sort of takes Levy's place of who does a bit of everything,
mate,
basically.
Too many
but he's
cooks.
the one you'll then go
too
to.
Many cooks, mate. You're gonna have.
That is the thing, isn't it?
You're gonna have Lange. You're gonna have Vinay. You're gonna have this guy. His name's Rafi Morrison. Mate, it's too many cooks.
I agree.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
I think Lange. I think it could be a threat to Lange. I think it could be a threat to Lange.
You know what we need? We need Ragnick at this club. That's what
I
we
said.
need.
I said Ralph.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be Lange. I think Lange is the one that's going to get.
Or even
Paul. I don't think they're convinced with Lange. I don't think they're convinced with him. I'll be honest with you. Right?
He didn't buy bad players.
It's interesting. As soon as, like, this whole thing, I don't even want to mention Daniel Levy here because I've moved on, right?
Well, you just did.
I did. Exactly. When the whole thing, when people were saying with the sleeping giant, you did it, Dan, and others were doing it as well, right? With the sleeping giant after Daniel Levy left, right? I was
saying it while he was here.
Yeah, but still, right? Everyone was jumping on that bandwagon. I said, I'm sorry, we are not no sleeping giant when we still got Johan Lang in charge, and we've got no idea how we're going to be successful going forward, right? We brought in Paratici. That was the start, even though I'm not enamored with him, but, you know, he's better than Johan Lang in some cases, and he knows how to, he's inexperienced in Juventus, right? Now we're bringing, hopefully we're looking at bringing somebody from Man City now, right? I think they're looking at Johan Lang and thinking, I'm sorry, if we want to go and compete all fronts, he's got no idea, this guy. He's a failure at Aston Villa, right? So for me, and this could spell bad news for Thomas Frank, because let's be honest here, Thomas Frank is a Johan Lang guy. Yeah, he's a Johan Lang guy, right?
Definitely a bit of a Levy man as well, isn't he? This is one thing. Sorry to interrupt you, Alex. I'll come straight back to you. But this is the aspect of where I said Thomas Frank is a good idea because I think he suits the Levy role as such, in the aspect of just the way Levy does everything, and that it would suit Thomas. Thomas Frank would just suit him, basically. But now that Levy's gone, you're a bit, okay, maybe Frank ain't the one or whatever, but the way Frank is and everything, to me, it sort of adapted well with the Levy sort of way Levy does everything as such. So you're also saying that he's a bit of a Lang manager as well, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right. Listen to this. You've got Simon Davies, who's ex-Man City Academy Director, teaching all our kids from age 8 to 21 to play out from the back, possession-based football on the front foot, very much more of an Ange type football, but with defensive nous, not high line for life shit, right? So the academy teams play that football. They play the Pep way. The whole academy plays that way now. You then got the Man City executive director coming in, who was signing players and managing players for that type of system. So effectively, you're now seeing this trend towards a Man City approach. Thomas Frank is everything that is not that.
Oh, do you know what? I've just realised
he's not that at all.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying still.
I'm agreeing with you, Alex. I'm agreeing with you.
This is what I'm... And it's literally speaking to somebody, right? It was Mathematic from Spurs Kings TV, by the way. You should just subscribe to him, by the way. But yeah, he made me realise, right? Okay, he could be in massive trouble because I don't think Johan Land's going to be that guy. I don't think he's going to be around. I don't think they trust him. And I think Paratici started realising as well, saying, sorry, this guy, you having a laugh?
Hey, Paratici is just a dodgy fucking wheeler dealer. He's Harry Redknapp.
Oh, sure he is. Of course he is.
He's Italian Redknapp.
Listen, I'm not his favourite. I don't like him. I wanted Paul Mitchell. There's loads of other people.
But I don't argue with Paratici. Look, I just want to say something here. Beth, I've just realised what I've fucking done. Yeah. Hello from the two favourite females enjoying Starbucks, doing what females do best. Thank you, husband. Loving full access to the cards. Yeah. Well, I was paying more attention on this and my wife got me a beer. She said she's off out with my daughter. What should I take? I said, take me. She's gone and took my fucking credit card. I've just given my credit card to my wife and my fucking daughter while they go out. Maybe I need to employ Daniel Levy or change my religion more, maybe. But
no, be careful that. Be careful. Be careful.
Maybe I need to learn how to deal with money better. Anyway, Alex, go back to what you're saying, mate. Sorry.
Before the guys, I have to go. I still have shit to take care of today. So yeah, it was a fucking lovely stream. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Like,
love you, Michael.
Take it easy, mate. Good to see you. Take care of yourself, mate.
Love you, Michael.
Oh,
but it's like,
it's not just Pickford's ass then.
I'm just saying.
And you can't even see Michael's. Dietrich's using ChatGPT. Get me in
I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just saying that it's like he could be in trouble. He could be in trouble because it is heading that way. And from what Stell's saying, it goes to my point of what I'm seeing at the moment. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, at the moment, like I said, I think the sensible thing is to keep him till the end of the season, right? Even if we do badly against Liverpool, right? Even if we're 14th in January, it still can be savable. We can still get
basically ride it till the end of the season.
You ride it to the end of the season, and then you make a choice then. Obviously, if something comes available like a jab, but these managers, though, these coaches don't want to come in halfway through the season. They don't want to. They want a full pre-season. They don't want to come in halfway through the season. You know what I mean? The only reason why they will come into halfway through the season is if it's a really brilliant opportunity. I don't think they look at Tottenham as a brilliant opportunity. They'll take it at the beginning of the season because they'll say, I've still got a lot of work to do in pre-season.
Yeah, but
I think the most sensible thing for Tottenham at the moment, and I'm not saying I want Pochettino back, by the way, just so everybody knows, because even though I like Pochettino, right? It doesn't mean that I think he's the right thing at that time. I just don't know, right? But at the moment, Frank should just get the season. That's what I say. If he's in relegation, battle, you need to sack him,
right?
Because
basically,
that's not acceptable.
Alex, right, to get to the point, basically, hold on to until the end of the season, no matter what happens. And if it ends up we finishing lower than 9th or 10th, get rid of him. If it stays and it improves, keep him. Fair enough. I mean, so go on. What do you reckon? I mean, I still want answers on this Liverpool thing. What do you reckon the scores are going to end up with that? And that? I think we're in trouble. Basically, we don't ever seem to do it with Liverpool.
I'll make it easy and quick. Is it a home or away?
Home.
Okay. I do believe this is the end of Frank in the sense that everyone's going to turn on him. I do believe it's going to be a massacre in the stadium. But I'm going to say a 4-0. I'm predicting a 4-0.
To Liverpool?
Yeah.
4-0?
4-0, and I'll tell you why.
Go on.
We suck at home for no reason. I know damn well Frank is going to do the same way he did against Chelsea and Arsenal, play 10 men behind the ball. And we're going to have so much pressure, we're going to concede so many chances that they're going to score.
Or do you think there's even a chance that we beat Liverpool? Do you know something? I think something Frank is already doing at the moment, yeah? He's already hitting that point where literally things have turned and it looks like it's going to turn the majority turn, but then he manages to rescue it with a game or two and buy himself a game or two. I think he's already living on those cards as well.
No, but then
could this be the one where he buys himself another game or two?
But when you say he bought time with the games he won, he bought time with Brentford and Slavia Prague, like Liverpool own mugs. We seem to struggle. We seem to struggle against the top 10 teams. Like really struggle, like lose games.
Matrix, we struggle with everyone at the moment, not just top.
No, we struggle against everyone, but against the top 10, we manage to lose every time. So I don't believe, other than Man City, we've won. The rest, and Man U, the rest we just lost. I don't think it's going to end well. My personal opinion. And especially then, if I see Archie Gray in midfield or like something, or like a youngster, if I don't see the double pivot Paulinho and Bentancur, I'm telling you this right now, it's going to end badly.
Oh, do you know what? You say that, yeah. If he goes and fucking starts, if there's no solid if he goes and starts fucking Archie Gray against Liverpool, I think that could be a pushing point for me to push me over to the other side as such. And no, I don't. I mean, we shouldn't be playing defensive at home. We're playing fucking Liverpool, for God's sake. You need Paulinho and Bentancur in there, as far as I'm concerned. Or even if you don't want Bentancur, go and put Sarr in there. If he goes and puts fucking Archie Gray in there with either Paulinho, Bentancur, Sarr, whatever, and there's no reason because of injuries, whatever else, then I think that might be the one that pushes me over to the other side, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, what do you think on that? I think if he goes and fucking does something like that, then I think that might be the one where I just think, no, he ain't the man.
I don't know. It's hard to say. To be honest. It's like...
Who do you start against Liverpool? Do you start fucking Gray or Paulinho?
Yeah, of course you start Paulinho.
Who do you start, Gray or anybody else alongside him?
If Paulinho and Bentancur start, right, just hypothetical, what happens if we get beat 4-0 and they're the two worst players on the pitch? Everyone's going to start moaning and saying, "Oh, Bentancur."
No, Dan.
That's what the fans will do.
No, not this game. Not this game.
Some will.
But in general, everyone knows against the top teams, you need that midfield, and especially against Liverpool. If we lose, nobody's going to blame the midfield. I believe it's going to be a bigger picture. It's going to say, why didn't we not attack? Why didn't we not counter? But
we're not
if
going to be able to attack as much with the Paulinho.
No, but transition. Because, no offense, like Liverpool's defense is fucking horrendous. And this is the perfect game for Kudus.
Our attack is horrendous.
No, our attack is garbage, but this is the perfect game for Kolo, and whoever plays on the left to transition and go after the defenders. This is the perfect game for it. And if we don't...
Frank's going to start with Richarlison up front, isn't he?
No, if he starts with Richarlison and he puts Kolo on the left and Kudus on the right, I don't have an issue with it. But my bigger issue would be, are we going to attack or are we going to sit back and just like hope for the best play for a draw? That's all I'm asking for. And I don't believe, and unfortunately, like, it's going to be fucking bad for whoever plays on the right back because Ekitike usually plays left wing for them.
Yeah.
So Poro's going to get cooked. So
listen, this is what you do. You play Paulinho and Bentancur because their strength is their attackers. So you need to shut down their ability to attack us down the middle. You're going to have Van de Ven, Romero starting. You've got to start your best defensive fullbacks, which is going to have to be Spence. Poro's not a good defender. Who else have we got as an option there? Dogi's out. Is there an argument to say Ben Davies, but he's slow as fuck? So maybe
would you play Danso right back?
No. Maybe we go to a back three with 3 centre backs, and then Bentancur and Paulinho. So you've got a back 5 blocking them.
Oh yeah.
Going forward, they haven't got a right back. They've been playing Sobbers like right back. So what you've got to do is you've got to put a good player on the left. So either move Kudus to the left or play Moani on the left because they're technically good.
Which
That's
could be
their weak
Moani.
spot.
Can't play on the left. He's awful on the left, Kudus.
Okay, because their two best players at the moment this season are Soboslai and Ekitike. Ekitike, put 5 at the back, you should shut it down. Soboslai normally goes right back because they haven't got one. So put a proper left, put someone that's technical on the left, whether it's Kudus or Moani.
Actually,
that's where you're going to hurt them.
Still,
if we do that, that's our best chance. And Danny, you know when you say, "Oh, but if he plays Bentoncourt and Paulinho in the middle and we lose, everyone's going to have a go at him." Everyone's going to go at him if we lose, regardless.
Yeah, it's true.
He's going to get it regardless, isn't he?
So, actually, someone made a great point. I personally wouldn't play a back 5 or back 3, whatever people want to call it. Someone made actually a really good point. I would play Van de Ven at left back, play Romero and Danso because you need that presence, especially at winning headers. And I would put Spence at right back.
Don't take your best player out of his position. You don't suddenly against Liverpool,
but he can play
out of his best position
because you need
never do that.
No, but you need that presence in the air, especially against Liverpool. They always score a goal from headers. It's from a Soboslai.
Yeah, Paulinho's tall, Bentoncourt's tall, Romero's tall, Van de Ven's tall.
Is Van de Ven even?
Oh shit! Yeah, it's true. Oh, it's true.
What?
Yeah.
He's suspended.
Yeah, he's suspended. He's
suspended. Yeah.
I know he's out for the Champions League as well. I know he's out for the Champions League.
Yeah, no, Dan, we've lost.
Wait, Van de Ven suspended, you said?
Yeah.
I know he is for the Champions League. On Champions League,
sure?
I know he is.
No, he's out. He got. Did he get a second yellow against Brentford, against Nottingham Forest or something? I remember someone saying it.
That's why he played Ben Davis then
to
get him some minutes. That must be the only reason then. What else?
Mate, if Van de Ven's out, we're in. That's not a play you want missing for a game like this, where they got pacey forwards like
Yeah, but then, would that not make sense? Why he played Ben Davis to give him some minutes before you play against?
No, that was just a dumb ass.
No, that was a dumb move.
Bring on some attackers, man. Bring on some attackers. The 60th minute. I don't know.
Right.
Danny,
I don't know whether this is right or not, but the answer I'm getting here, so I won't hold it gospel, but it's short, brutal answer. If you didn't know, but for need. No, Mickey Van de Ven is not suspended for Spurs' next game against Liverpool. The yellow card he picked up was in the Slava Prague game, and that triggers the Champions League.
Yeah,
game,
that's it, against Dortmund. Well done, no,
yes.
You're right. Yes, against Dortmund.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew he was in the Champions League, but I didn't think he was in the league. I wasn't sure. That's why I just checked it up.
So then, still, Ben Davis was a shit decision.
Mate, Ben Davis is always a shit decision.
Yeah, I know it is.
Yeah, Van de Ven. 3 yellow cards this season, so no.
I listen. The thing is, if we go to
the Champions League game, I knew he was out for the Champions League game.
If we go to a back 4, Porro's going to get rinsed. He's going to get absolutely rinsed. If you had a Dogie fit, I'd say fine. Do you play Spencer Dogie? But the Dogie's unfit, so the only other option is Ben Davies. Mate, he can't. He's too slow. He'll get rinsed. So actually, I would go to a back 3, but with 2 holding mids in front to protect.
Do you guys realize we're Porro 1 yellow card away from Porro to see Ben Davies at left back? Because Porro's on 4.
He's shit.
I mean,
we are. By the way, just so you know, we are going to go to a back 4. Frank will play a back 4. He will do it.
Oh, look, here's a question I'll ask you. A bit of a dangerous question, this one. And I'm not saying it's what I believe or anything else. It's just a question that someone else said to me, yeah? We keep playing with a back 4. I still think the best formation there for us is a 3-4-2-1, 3-5-2, whatever. And when we did play it, if we did play it again, I don't want to play with 11 men behind the fucking ball. 3 at the back does not mean 11 men start behind the ball for the whole fucking game like it was with Arsenal and that. But that's a personal opinion. But we're playing with 4 at the back, and we're blatantly not playing with left backs or right backs, bar take Spence out of it, who can play as a left back or a right back. Udogie is a wing back. Porro is a wing back. If we are actually playing 4 at the back, aren't we actually better off if we want the best out of a 4 at the back to play it 4 at the back? Aren't we actually even better off starting Davis out on the left, who I think is a bit more defensively capability than Udogie, so that's very low opinions, and Porro, so low opinions, and then put Spence on the right-hand side? Or even like some are saying, Van de Ven out on the left, as he does it for his country, can play left back and wing back and centre back. And do we make it more level there as such? Because if you're going to go for a flat back four, basically, for me, if you want that back four to do what it does and defend and maybe push up a little bit, then Spence, Davis, Romero and Van der Ven, to me, actually makes more sense than sticking a Dogie out on the left or Spence out on the left, when you can actually have the players for what they do there. Even though I know Davis is not good, I think he's actually better defending than fucking Udogie and Porro. That's how low my standards are on their defending. What do you reckon on that? Bit of a wild gamble, I know, but I mean, I don't rate Davis, but I think he is a better defender than either of them two.
That's a hard one.
Dan, Ben Davies is shit. Ben Davies is shit.
How is Udogie and Porro when it comes to defence? Do you think Davis is worse than Porro defending?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't actually think he is. I think Porro is that fucking
Dan,
bad.
I think you forgot about the past. Do you remember when we saw Ben Davis getting cooked by Robertson?
I always remember that Fulham.
Fulham.
Yeah.
I can give you a history of Ben
Crystal
Davis.
Palace. Do you remember Crystal Palace?
Crystal Palace too.
Yeah.
He's one of the reasons why Nuno lost his job, Mourinho lost his job, and even Conte, because he was getting cooked at left CB.
Okay, play Ben Davies then. Play him. Play Ben Davies.
Get the manager say. It's just something that I've heard. And playing as a back line, I do actually think, that's cool, innit? I don't rate Udogie or Porro when it comes to the fucking defensive side of things. I really don't. That is how bad I think them two are. I mean, Porro, I think he's absolutely shocking at defending. And again, if we're going to play him, we need to be playing them at wing backs. So last on it then, what do you reckon the scores are going to be then?
5-0 Liverpool or 4-0?
5-0.
No, 4-0. Actually, 4-0 Liverpool. If it happens, then you owe me an apology.
3-2 Liverpool.
I
think 3-2 Liverpool.
I think 3-1 or 2-1 Liverpool, but I think Spurs won't be as bad as everyone thinks we're going to be.
Well, let's hope not.
I'll say this, Dan. If he does get spanked 5-0, he's got to go, man. Can't be doing this.
I don't think you
can't just be getting spanked against Forest, spanked against this team, spanked.
Yeah, but still.
Are you doing the watch along? We are on TV.
I'm going to the game.
I actually think.
You're fucked.
I think it'd be 2-1. I think it'd be 2-1. I think it'd be 2-1 or 3-1. I don't think Tottenham are going to get thrashed. He can't afford to get thrashed. He can't afford to, and he knows it.
Own goal again, ole. Someone put in the chat, own goal again, ole.
Own goal again, ole.
I mean, for me, mate,
we need more to turn up. By the way, we need Moana to turn up. And by the way, it's funny how people are now dying on that hill now, saying about Moani's been crap, because I've been saying, I said it from the very get-go. I said this guy needs to hit the ground running straight away, right? And I was in all the excuses from people, right? I looked at up and down, said, why are you being so deluded for? Why are you being stupid for? Well, now people are saying the same thing that the Professor of Truth was saying. You know what I mean? Like, his guy's on loan. He's done absolutely nothing, right? And time's ticking, right? So as far as I'm concerned, he's a failure right now, right? And he needs to hit the ground running. We still got that below average Emil Heskey up front. Yeah, that I'm sorry, was no better than Adebayor. Yeah, no better.
Adebayor was a good player.
Adebayor was good. He was good.
Yeah, so he needs to hit the ground.
Alex, you said you've been saying that Moani's been garbage for years. I've been saying Danny K is a fucking bitch for years, and nobody's listening to you.
I don't know what's between you two. Yeah, you two just get. I don't know what you two are going at each other like that, but I don't know. I'm not getting involved. But my point is though, yeah. Right, we need big performances.
Dietrich's like,
you know what I mean?
Pick for
like, I'm sorry, players like these, all the Bears, all these tells. They've got this season, and then they're done. Sorry, I'm not doing this. Yeah, and as for they should be honestly like tell Alderbear and Javi Simmons the Dutch Pretty Ricky, like the form of B2K, the form of B2K. Yeah, that's an American band, by the way. Go and check it on Google. You know what I mean?
Alex, didn't you call Erling Haaland a B-Tech John Carew?
No, I said he's above average John Carew without the goals. That's the thing. Yeah, and I was right then last season as well, because people were saying that last season, by the way. So my opinions do age very well, by the way, because I do say the right thing.
Actually,
I agree. And you could also, Alex, I agree. You can also ask, so does cheese. Some people like moldy cheese, some people don't. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Go on,
No, honestly, like I swear, I'm not taking a piss. Who would you say was a better striker? Victor Janssen or Victor Janssen? What's his name? The other guy that was doing the Mbappe, Carlos Vinicius or Richarlison?
Richarlison.
Actually, I have to say Richarlison.
Yeah, Richarlison. Yeah,
Richarlison.
I like Vinicius.
Hang on, Alex.
Vinicius more.
Quick question. Emery, thanks, mate. Much appreciated. Stel, would you take Slot if he got sacked?
Yes.
I think all of us can answer that one.
I'll take Xavi. Yeah. I'll take Xavi Alonso if he gets sacked at Real Madrid.
Now, now he would be a good manager to do a project with who
Spurs.
Has won something. He's young. He plays football the right way, but he's gone to a club where he can't manage the egos.
Because they need a manager. It's the way that they explained it. It's like, and this is what's so funny about this whole thing about Real Madrid. Yeah, right.
They're too big for him. They're too big for him.
The thing is, though, it's like they're saying they courted for him so long now, right? They get him in and they realise, oh, we don't need a coach. Oh, we need a manager.
No, it's not even that, Alex. With Real Madrid, it's one of them. It's a whole different. It's a whole different kettle of fish. It's like even with Frank walking into Spurs, he hasn't got the right of owning that dressing room as such because he hasn't done fuck all to earn it. Yeah. Whereas Conte walks into there. Everyone sits back and shuts the fuck up. Yes, sir. Right, sir. 3 bags full, sir. He's got respect. It's already there. Frank, for me, has to earn that sort of respect when he goes to a bigger club as such.
Yeah,
you go to a club like Real Madrid with some of the players there, you better walk in there with something on your fucking shoulder to point down at them with. Even if it's not been a manager, but as a player like Zidane and stuff, you got to go in there with something. Why do you think Poch struggled at PSG so hard? Yeah. With some of the big players there who were blatantly bigger than him as such. And that's when it goes to the elite level. It's not even that, Alex. It's not even that. It's where they're so far stuck up their own arse and some of them have reasons to
but that's
some of the best about.
Why do you think, Alex, why do you think Carlo Ancelotti is one of the best managers of all time?
They don't want to be they don't want to be coached. They don't want to be coached. They don't want to be in systems.
No, it's not about coaching system and that for me. It's about having respect for your manager. And Thomas Frank walks into somewhere like Real Madrid. Who the fuck is going to show him respect for what reason?
Yeah. But I'm not talking about Frank, though. Thomas Frank is...
I'm talking about managers in general. A manager cannot walk into Real Madrid with hardly anything to show. Okay, what he'd just done was very, very respectable in that, yeah? But it's still not like he can walk in there like other managers have walked in there, like Mourinho.
Dan, I can prove you wrong. No, Alex, quickly.
The point I'm making is, though, right, is that... No, let me just make this point, because I don't think Dan's getting me. The point is, though, I'm not talking about the whole thing with Tottenham. Tottenham's different situation. I agree with you about Thomas Frank, yeah? I said about that as well at the beginning of the season, if you realise, on Saba's show. But the point I'm making is, though, with the whole thing with... Xavi Alonso, it seems to me, and even some pundits have said this as well, but they don't want to be coached. They need a manager just managing their egos. That's it, right? When Xavi Simons is telling them how to do this and do that and do this, they're saying, "Sorry, mate, I don't want to be coached. I need someone to manage me. You know what I mean? Manage my ego, bruv. You know what I mean? I don't need you to tell me about football because I know my football already. You know what I mean?" You know, and it's a bit of a cheek, really, for them to say that because they've been courting him for so long now, right? And for me, if he wants to go, if they want to get rid of him, then he can still go. He can still go. I'll be on that straight away. Any club will be on that straight away.
I think the problem is with that, Alex, is when you go into a place like that, you've got to deal with a bit of everything there.
Oh, yeah,
with what you're saying, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. But it's every ego, every problem, everyone wants to be coached, one wants to be managed. Whereas when you walk into Spurs and you're someone like Conte, Angelotti, even if Zidane does it, you could just walk in there and say, shut the fuck up, boy, and sit down. About the only one who's got any right, I wouldn't even say question, but to say he's done something is Romero can say he's won a World Cup. But apart from that, there's not one player who can sit there and basically question anything. Someone like Frank walks in, or someone like even Ange, even though he'd won something, but it'd been nothing big. They're not going to walk into a place with massive players like a Real Madrid, a Barcelona, or whatever. I think one of the ones you can only say I've seen half succeed at that is what's his name, who's gone over to Bayern Munich.
Yeah, company, yeah.
Company, yeah.
But in general, at somewhere like Real Madrid, I think you've got to have a chip on your shoulder, basically,
but
to
even
go and deal with the people with a chip on their shoulder.
Then you see the difference with them. Even what's his name? Even Xavi, when he went to Barca, he hasn't won anything like major other than personal trophies, of course. And he still earned the respect from the Barca players. They looked at him and like, oh shit, you're a great player.
But he still had respect when he walked in there, Dietrich.
Yeah, he still had respect. Company, same thing. He hasn't won anything, but you look at him and you're like, oh shit, I don't want to fuck with this
but
guy.
it doesn't always work though, because look at players like Frank Lampard and Steven Gerrard, who've got
but you see
in their respective clubs, right?
No,
and
they have
won everything. Frank Lampard had won everything for Chelsea, right?
It's not about only.
He went to Chelsea and look what happened. It didn't work
Danny,
out.
it's not only about trophy. It's about even the character, the personality you have. When you see company,
one of their legends, Dietrich.
I know, no.
Best ever players.
He is a legend, yes. But when you see company, like even the video you saw him at Antwerp when he was there, like when he was
going nuts at the
he was going nuts.
But
he's the type of person, like you see him, he's like what 6'5", and with this big head, you're not gonna fuck with him. Frank and Lampard and the other and George, they don't have like those that big authority. Like I demand the respect, or I'm gonna choke you. Like that's how it is. You need that type of manager, especially at those big clubs. And that's why I see Frank, even the way he speaks, even the way he walks, even the way he conducts himself, it's not like a real man. Someone that I'm gonna run through a brick wall.
Dietrich, I'll make you white. I want to ask one. You've just given me. I want to ask one more question then. Yeah. One more question quickly then. Do you know what? I can make you right on what you're saying, because I think I can relate to what you're saying. Yeah, just as a person, as a personality, whatever else. Who do you respect more for when they stand next to you and talk to you in the pub when you first meet them? Someone like Thomas Frank or someone like Ange?
Ange. Because you see, Ange, when he speaks, like even his vocabulary, even the way, like he motivates you when he talks. Even though he hasn't. No, he does. No, he does. Even the players were like, oh shit, like even the way, like we believe in what he says. Even if he's talking nonsense, we still believe him.
I don't believe him. I didn't believe in him.
Dietrich, hold on 1 minute. Right. So let me establish something here. Players have different methods of learning. They've got preferred methods of learning. And how you see the best manager. You know, sometimes you get managers that weren't actually that good at football, but were brilliant at management. Do you know why that is? Because being a top manager and being a top coach isn't about being a top football player. It's about your ability to transfer knowledge. The best teachers, the best coaches, they can transfer knowledge. So what you want to teach is how you transfer it. And the way you transfer it depends on learning methods. Some players react to a manager who's more emotional. Ange is emotional. Other players react to someone that isn't so emotional, a bit more cold, but knows when to be warm, when to be cold, like Mourinho. Other players, they're like someone who's intelligent, has good methodology, and someone that's more number crunchy, laboratory type, which is Frank. So some players will warm to Ange, but not warm to Frank. But some will warm to Frank, but not to Ange. The best manager is someone that can warm the whole group. And that's why the Klopps, the Ancelottis, the Mourinhos, that's why they are who they are. You speak to any manager, you speak to any player that's played under Ancelotti, Mourinho, or Klopp, I guarantee you 99% of those players will say, I fucking loved him. I fucking loved him. And I think if you were to speak to most managers that have played under Ange, most will say, do you know what? I miss him. Or, yeah, I did actually. I quite liked him. Whether they respect him or not, I liked him. And I think it's because they've got that winning DNA. That winning DNA is so important for a manager to be successful. Frank is the kind of guy you will respect, but you just might not like him as a manager. Do you get it?
I disagree.
The way I think I can relate to that. The way I can relate to that still is, do you know what? I see where you're coming from, and I'm not bigging up Ange or bigging up neither. Yeah, I'm just talking about personalities there, not even what they've done. Who are you going to respect more? That fella, you know, he's going to get slapped up next year in the pub because he's been a bit too mouthy. He stands there and just takes the beating, takes a good beating, and walks away. You know, all right, mate. Or that one, you know, he ain't got a chance in hell, but he fights back. He gives it something back. Still gets shit kicked out of him, but he fights back. Some way or another, as a man, well, for me, I'd have more respect for the fella, even though he took a beating either way and he deserved it. But because he had the bottle to give it and fight back, at least try. I've got a bit of respect for him. You know what? Fair play. Whereas others, with the one that are just take it, I'm just counting for myself. Whereas the one that are just take it and walk away, I'd be a bit of a, at least fucking stand your ground, mate.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to say.
That's just me.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Half the players will be like you. The other half will respect the guy that gets up and walks away to avoid a confrontation and live to fight another day. Others will respect that guy more. So it depends on your It depends on your personality. The best manager will be the one that doesn't get into the fight but doesn't walk away. Do you get it? He's the one who'll say, "Don't talk to me like that. Don't put your face in front of my face. I've done nothing wrong to you. What the fuck?" And the other guy thinks, "Oh, actually, yeah." And he hasn't walked away, but he hasn't had a fight. That's the manager. That's the winner.
It's a thin line, isn't it?
Yeah. That's mate.
No, I'm agreed.
Most bouncers, most doormen are like that. They won't actually get into a fight, but they'll stop it.
You know what? I can vouch for that. It's what you got to do when you're working on a bloody door. When I first started it, very fiery and everything, nearly got in a fight every 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, if I have this attitude, I'm going to be having a fight every fucking 5 minutes. And you do learn when you're doing that to sort of just, mate, if you don't fuck off, you ain't getting in here. Shut up, go to the back, or you ain't getting in.
No, but you need still.
Still, he's right on what he's saying.
No, he is right.
You need to learn sometimes to be able to be enough authority as such, but not take it to another level.
I agree.
Still, you're right on what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying.
No,
Conte's right. Fight.
No, I 100% I 100% agree with you, but you need someone that leans more on the. How should I put it without canceling you, Dan?
Say it as you wish, mate. I couldn't care less.
Like, we need someone that's like, I agree, that's balanced, but it's more the lean and side. I'm going to fight you. Even if whatever happens. For example, just quickly.
I know what you're saying.
Let me finish.
No, just quickly. For example, Pep.
I'm listening. Go on.
For example, Pep, he's in the between. Like, he's going to fight you, but he's going to respect you at the same time. But if you cross him, even if you're a good player, he doesn't care. He's going to fight you. And we need someone to install fear. More fear than respect. In between. For me, it needs to be 60% fight and 40% respect.
Dietrich,
and balance.
You're half right. You need someone, like I described, that's not going to back down, but isn't going to have a fight either. But if they are pushed to the point of where they have to make a decision to fight or run, they fight.
Exactly. Yes.
And that's where I agree with you. You need, listen, winners are fighters, man. You've got to be a fighter. But there's that saying. There's that saying, though, isn't it? Pick your battles.
Yeah.
Pick your
battles.
Still,
it also goes back to the point where it goes back.
I hate all this them, they, the. I don't understand it.
No, that's fun. Yo, props to you. That's a funny comment.
That's a good one. It's very true.
You also, like what Dietrich was saying about you need someone who's going to have that kind of fear, but you also got to have the players to be able to have the mentality to take that, right? Because you can't if you go up to Brennan Johnson and still feel into him, he's going to be a little pussy and fucking cry like a bitch.
Not always, Dan. Not always.
So it's like a lot of these players, Dietrichs, a lot of them they cry.
Modern players are quite woke. Modern players.
No, they are woke. Yes,
True.
yes, they are woke. But that's when you gotta like
you, Dietrichs.
It is the thing. The mentality of people as a whole has changed, not just players.
Okay,
mentality of people. This is why, in general, I do struggle with the outside world a bit these days because I just ain't got. It's a good thing that I don't really have the patience for people out there anymore because I can walk away a lot easier than I ever could. But these days, you can't even fucking smoke a cigarette without someone complaining that they're going to die of fucking cancer 20 years later. It's like, mate, will you just fuck off, you cunt? You're doing I do struggle with that outside world, basically. I do struggle with it. And it's right what you're saying.
That's funny.
The world these days.
Oh god!
This is the best stream for fucking ages.
It is just one.
We needed one of these. We needed one. We needed one.
I do just struggle with people in general, like, where it is just so. You know what? Like I say, with the footballers, I don't care what they get on in their outside life. Go get on your fucking bird. Go get on your bloke. Go get on your fucking unicorn. Be a lamppost. Be a fucking cat. I don't care. Just play fucking football and get the job done. But then don't sit there and expect me to agree with you being a lamppost. But that's a different story.
Fucking lamppost.
I mean, these days anything's possible, isn't it? I mean, Dietrichs, when you go out to Brazil, mate, just be careful of the lampposts and the they thems.
I gotta be careful of it.
Make sure it's straight. Put it that way. Well, depends what angle. Define 90 degrees. You know what I mean?
Cancelled.
Make sure
Show's cancelled.
Dietrichs, make sure you ain't bent over. I'll just give you that advice, mate. Right. So
he
with
likes
that
it when
one,
they bend over.
He likes looking at bums, isn't it?
Maybe for his birthday, what we do, we get him an autograph of Pickford and a pair of Pickford's pants. There you go. You can turn around. Was that actually where you skidded on a muddy floor or something else? Right. And Dietrichs would just check up and say, as long as he didn't eat sweet corn, he'd be all right. There'd be nothing on the end of it. But look, I'll leave it at that, yeah? So, still, when do we see you again soon?
Never again. This is it. I don't ever want to do it. No, you can see. What day is it? Tuesday. Tomorrow. Spurs Corner. 8 o'clock. Spurs Corner. We've got a great guy on, by the way. His name's Josh. He's a performance consultant who is an ex-Olympic swimmer. And he.
Oh my god!
Anyway, tomorrow 8 o'clock.
So who's the ex-Olympic swimmer then?
Do you know what? I don't care.
Dan, do you remember what the comments?
He's a guest on the show. He's a guest on the show.
What's the name? What was his name?
Josh.
Who was that? No, who was that other Olympic swimmer? Dietrichs.
Fuck. Wait. I'll tell you this right now.
No, there was another one.
Oh, Leah Thomas.
Yeah, Leah Thomas. It's probably a Leah Thomas if it's a Spurs supporter. Do you hear that, people? Still's meeting up with Leah Thomas. Careful, Still.
Just Google that person and you're gonna find out.
Then you'll definitely sit there and say it's fucking they or them. Anyway,
Dietrichs. Dietrichs.
Yeah.
Like my picture. Do you like my picture?
Oh my
Yeah, D-Tricks, yeah! Come on!
I mean, fucking hell, one thing you can tell with that picture, mate, it's got some stretch marks on it, D-Tricks.
That's D-Tricks' favourite. That's your favourite.
See, D-Tricks, there you're going for experience, mate. You can definitely tell that's got experience. And it wasn't on just sitting down for sure. Stretch marks like that, mate.
I swear to God, I miss those shows where you can just be an idiot.
Look, be as you wish, mate. If you don't laugh, you fucking cry. Right, so still you'll be doing the show
tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Spurs
tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Right, if everyone, cheers, give us a like and subscribe. Appreciated. All the other guests that came on, much appreciated. Much laugh for the show. And everyone watching appreciated. Right. They've changed everything on fucking YouTube again, so I don't know how to divert it straight away. Just go straight over to Savers and say HotspurHood Raid, much appreciated. Everyone, thanks a lot. Go on.
One thing as well, everyone needs to fucking subscribe to the channel because it's the best show on YouTube.
Cheers.
Yeah, subscribe.
Yeah, 100%.
Right, take it easy, people. Have a good night. Go to Savers, say HotspurHood Raid and everything because I don't know how to divert it. It's changed everything. People, have a good night.
Bum raid.
Yes, he does.
Give it to me like